We can't even see Yifan anymore. We just see her hands. Whoa!
Yeah.
Bishop takes e4. That's her calculation mode. That was nuts.
Who really wanted with me? I'm at the top, that's 1, not 2 or 3.
If there is no...
Oh, she blundered a piece! Oh my gosh.
Such a fork, rook d4.
This is speed chess.
Yes, anything can happen.
All I do is win and look good from the top. Let's go! I am unstoppable.
What a streak.
Knight takes g7. Oh my gosh. Karina's unstoppable right now.
This is her 7th win in a row.
I don't have a limit, I'm just getting started. I am unstoppable, ask anybody.
Oh, queen h1 mate. Unstoppable mate on h1.
We will see knight e6. She saw it.
I just be making, I'm making a place. Get money too and I'm winning the race. We got the base.
Oh, she pre-moved king f7.
Queen! Queen is done.
1 second, she's got a move.
Oh no.
No way.
We got the base. We got the base.
Hello and welcome to the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship, where we are going to see players battling it out for the quarterfinal spots. I'm International Master Ivanka Hauska, and it's a pleasure to be commenting all the action alongside the best female chess player ever, Grandmaster Judith Polgar. Judith, are you ready for some intense chess?
Yeah, I am very much ready because I love Blitz myself. So it's fun to watch all the ups and downs and the drama and victory and whatever we're going to see in the next few hours.
Absolutely. Ups and downs, victories, roller coasters. We're going to see it all. But what is the Women's Speed Chess Championship all about? Let's remind ourselves of the main event. And there you can see it's a single elimination bracket, which means you got to win to progress to the next stage. If you don't, you are out. 16 players in the field. In fact, some of them have actually left the competition. And 2 players have qualified via Title Tuesdays. 4 players qualified via the play-ins, and 10 players, they have been directly invited, and there's some big names there, such as former Women's World Champion Hou Yifan and also current Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun. But for now, we are going to focus on today's action because we have 2 incredible matches. And Judith, are you ready? Because the first one is between Vaishali and Elina Rubers, 2 very exciting players.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how Vaishali is going to be playing. And I've seen in previous rounds how Elina, the fighting spirit she has. So I'm very much looking forward to this match and to see the battle between them.
Yeah, absolutely a battle, and I certainly predict that one. And well, we're going to be seeing 14-year-old Alice Lee immediately afterwards just butt heads against Sara Khadem from Spain, and that one is also going to be epic. Will the teenager prevail? We'll find out by the end of the day, because there will be 2 players qualifying onto the quarterfinals. Oh gosh, Judith. It's really intense. And I almost can't hold back my excitement, because let's take a look at the player brackets when we take a look and see who is actually playing. At the minute, it's Vaishali against Elina Rubers, and they will be playing in the next round the winner of Kosteniuk and Nava. And there we also see Alice Lee and Sara Khadem. They will battling out to see who will be facing off against Ju Wenjun. And this one, you can see, it is going to be epic. It's going to be superb. I can just sense the excitement, the nervousness, every single adjective you can be thinking of, because the players have really aggressive styles. They're tactical. They are excellent at calculation. And you know what happens when those 2 types of players meet? Fireworks on the board.
Exactly. And we see shortly also their faces, the concentration. They are all ready for the start of the game. Of course, in the Blitz, you have to be sharp. I don't know how many Blitz games you're playing these days, but I remember that it is a very special rhythm. And of course, this is a slow chess for today, because we are going to have 3 minutes and 1 minute bullet as well. So it's
Yes.
good that they are playing the 5 minutes first, because otherwise it would be oh so long. So we just have a start of a game.
And here we come to the 5 minutes plus 1 second portion, because it all kicks off with 45 minutes at this time control. And as Judith says, it gets even more intense because then play gets shortened, 3 minutes plus 1 second. And then finally, Bullet will end the day. And immediately we see Vaishali with the white pieces. She's on the left and she's facing off against the teenager Elena Rebers. And Rebers, she's feeling patriotic because she has wheeled out a Dutch.
Yes, indeed. But already some immediate actions are happening because d5 was played, and now probably white is going to be playing knight d4, avoiding the exchange. At the same time, yeah, it's kind of forcing black to give up that e6 pawn to capture on d5. So it can be unpleasant for black, of course, because this is the problem of the Dutch, when the e6 square becomes a great outpost for the white knight, and it can cause some trouble for later stage of the game. Now I think there is not much of a choice for black than capturing the pawn in the center. Oops, I thought
No,
wrong.
she doesn't. Yeah, I was expecting the same, that black was obliged to capture on d5. But Elena says, no, I don't need to do that. And she wants to play around a pawn or a piece on e6. Well, the question for white is how to continue. Do you just like pile on the pressure with queen to b3, or do you just, okay, develop normally with castles? And that's been given a question mark. And one of the reasons I was looking at queen to b3 is because the pawn on c4 is hanging. But is that one just too hot to handle? I think I would take
think
it.
it is. Yeah, I fully agree that if it's already left behind on c4, then okay, let's take it. I think that was the main idea behind castling. This is why it was possible that black is able to capture that pawn. So white now definitely has to capture on e6 with something.
Yes. What would you do? Take with the knight or take with the pawn?
At first, my intention would be to take with the pawn. And after that, the f5 pawn is also hanging. So probably black has to play g6 or I don't know what. But I think I would definitely try to take it with the pawn. And it's on the board, because now the f5 is under attack, which is of course not deadly attacked. After knight f5, the e6 white pawn is disappearing. But it's a question for black. How is she continuing? Is she playing c6 maybe, or d5, or she can knight e4? Can black be so active? Can't white capture on f5? This is the question now.
Yes, and that is the immediate question, because that knight is a tactical weakness. It's been attacked once, defended once, so I love this move. Knight takes f5. I mean, is Elena hoping with a knight takes? No. You cannot play that. Knight takes f2 is not possible because rook takes. And then the knight on f5 would be defended. So there are no good like desperado sacrifices. So absolutely, knight takes f5. And sure enough, Vaishali.
But as much as I can read the face expression by Elena, she blundered this, or something. She understands that something went wrong, and she's not happy with that.
Yeah, must have been a mistake. But okay, so what to do with this rook? I mean,
well, the other issue can be with the white, that if black moves away, let's say to f6 with the rook, just saying a square, queen c2 is possible, or rook e5, queen c2 can be played, attacking the knight, and on h7. So it can be some big problem for black. That's what I want to say.
Yes, absolutely. I must admit, I forgot the knight on c4 was loose. Isn't queen c2 just a killer?
I think it is. Of course, black will be fighting and playing probably d5, giving up the pawn on h7. King goes out. Black is capturing the e6 back. But still, black has a few pawns behind. So that is a serious problem.
And okay, Vaishali doesn't play it. She goes knight c3. Perhaps she wasn't that happy with the activity that black gets after d5, so she stops it. And again, the question is this rook on e5. It's a great piece, but it's limited in scope. I can see it getting booted around.
Well, and the next move, bishop f4 can come with a tempi. So c6, so knight d5 or any kind of piece on d5 cannot show up in the next few moves. So after bishop f4, rook takes e6. But now white can play queen d3 to continue thinking about the same mindset as with the idea with queen c4 before.
I like queen d3 now, as Vaishali's played, attacking the knight on c4 and eyeballing the pawn on h7. And the position is already critical for Elina. She's thinking and looking at the camera, and she goes bishop takes e6, but the king on h8 doesn't have too much cover.
I'm afraid the bar is not lying. The position is indeed that's how much the position is winning for white. But of course you need good technique. We are seeing a blitz game. Time is always an issue, or it can be. Like Vaishali is quite much behind in time, which is surprising that she's down to 122. But it shouldn't be a problem, to be realistic.
Yeah. And she kicks back the knight to b6. I mean, the problem is the black king is so weak. And white's targets are so clear. You can go bishop b2. Okay, bishop f4. I like that move a lot.
I like that too, because black, rook h5, bishop g6. So where can you go? Rook c5? I mean, it's very nasty what the rook has to go through in this position.
And it certainly is getting put through some trauma there. Bishop to g6, rook h3.
I would just go bishop f5, simplify the position. But probably the computer would go somehow, I don't know, somehow trap the rook. You know, that's also an idea.
Probably something materialistic. Bishop f5, beautiful move. Very simple and very practical when you only have 52 seconds left, as Vaishali does. But she does get that 1 second time bonus per move. And now the rook has to move all the way. I really don't want to suggest rook h7. Queen to d7.
Yeah, but now it takes rook d1 or
Yeah, and the e4. Maybe you can still fight with bishop f6. Target this knight on c3.
I'm not sure that after bishop f6, e takes d5 is not possible.
Yeah. And this rook on h3, really such an ugly piece now. Well, 40 seconds though for Vaishali. And she has a fabulous position. It is completely winning. She just has to hold her nerve. What is she thinking?
Let's see if she's going to take e takes d5. Some tactics.
Okay, so after e takes d5, the reasoning is after bishop takes knight, that white is going to go pawn, and then just push for d takes.
Oh, knight b1. Wow.
Yeah.
But she has only 40 seconds.
Yeah, she doesn't have so much time. But this rook on h3 is so bad though, and there it gets chased. But two better square.
Yeah, h5, e5, back. I would have gone f4 instead, not to allow back the route for the rook.
Yeah. Ooh, 12 seconds there for Vaishali. g4. Now offering a trade. Maybe Elina can.
Knight g4. Look at that. If rook e1, so bishop e1 is the only move.
Yeah, because of the pressure against f2.
Actually,
And
It was possible the other way also, but Alina is having great saving chances in this game. She never stayed better than now. She's
By
more
virtue-
active.
And the clock situation, Vaishali now 9 seconds left on the clock. And she has a winning position, there is no doubt about that, but it's just whether she can hold her nerve and manage to play quickly and accurately as well. And there comes the knight to the center. This is great stuff from Vaishali. Again, asking a question, how are you going to defend f4? Bishop g3?
King f3.
Given a question mark?
Because she could
Maybe
go
rook
king
to
f3 and
d4.
king g4, I think.
Rook d4. Okay, now she can take on f4.
Oh my god. Okay, but white is having 2 seconds. Huge problem.
Yeah. And there we see the players. Alina
Wow.
recovering a pawn. Rook d3 check. Move the knight back to e6. Target g5. Threatening rook d3. I think rook d3. She can pick up another pawn.
Oops. Oh. Wow.
Massive save there from Alina. And well, Vaishali, she's getting saved by this active king on d6, which is doing an amazing job of harassing those queenside pawns. But still,
No, she's-
anyone's game now.
She's getting saved with just 3 extra seconds per move. I mean, the game can be anything in the final result at this point.
Yeah.
96. Oh, these knights are jumping.
Okay. It looks like it's fizzling out into a draw. The black king hunting down this king on this pawn on h5. Nice defensive there from Alina.
Yeah.
But now, isn't this perhaps winning for black? King
No,
F-
knight d6.
Oh, okay.
Knight g7. And taking the... Okay. Fair enough.
Whoa. We started off with quite the bang. At first, it looked like it was one-way traffic for Vaishali. But, well, Alina, she managed to save herself. And we're going to go on to the second game, where Alina has the white pieces. And remember, we have 45 minutes of 5 minutes plus 1 second. And what is this?
Oh. And look at that. Evens gambit, right?
It's the wing gambit, right?
Oh. Yeah.
Well, you know, I have this stereotype that Dutch players, they don't care so much about positional chess. They just want to attack. And Alina is fitting right in there. And there we see d4. B takes a3. Knight takes a3.
I never played this kind of gambit. I mean, it looks like just giving up a pawn.
Yes. It
Knight on
does,
e3.
but it's quite nice to hunt down this bishop on f5. And this type of trappy chess is very effective when your opponent doesn't have too much time on the clock. h4, big threat on the board of going g4 and just simply chasing down this bishop. So could you do something about that with h6 or h5? But instead f6 played. Okay, g4. Let's go.
I'm not crazy about f6. I mean, h5, h6 was both a very good option. Lot of provocation in this game.
Well, Alina knows how to push pawns. She's a girl after my own heart. But there's a lot of space here that she has to keep control of. And if black breaks out, that's it. Alina will not be able to handle the position.
She plays very energetic. I mean, there is no pawn left without making moves.
That is true. All of these have made their debut.
She seems that she wants to make her pawns work. One of them gave up just in the beginning that, okay, I don't need you. And then she has all these pawn push. So let's see what she brings out of it. I mean, it's a very strange position, to tell you the truth. Having one piece developed, that's also knight on a3, and all the rest is on the basic rank.
Yes, but it's now time to get them out. And this dude there on the side doesn't have too many squares. I mean, black really is suffering from a cramped position. You can't get it to f7. I don't actually know what it's doing there. Can I just not develop with bishop d3? Move. Okay, maybe she just wants bishop e7, but is that so?
Well, I think black wants to go, yeah, exactly, develop bishop e7 and short castle. At the same time, maybe also queen d7 and long castle can be possible, but I would be more worried with black.
Yeah. Well, bishop d3 played. Bishop e7. Okay, now the question is this bishop h4 check going to be... I don't... my computer is going crazy, suggesting knight to h3. That wasn't my suggestion.
Of course.
I'm not that sophisticated.
Of course. But actually, knight h3 seems to be very funny, but it's logical, because you cannot go knight f3 because the g4 pawn would be under attack. It closes the protection of the g4 pawn of the d1 queen. And knight could come up on f4, which could be very practical.
Ooh, no.
Oh,
Can
knight
you
g4.
live with this king?
No,
Yes.
knight g4, bishop h5, gone.
Yeah, now the knight will come to f2. We'll fork the queen and the rook. No. And also this pawn on h5 is hanging. No, that was a complete slip there from Elina. Too many threats.
Well,
Knight f3. Knight f2 is what I would play because I'm greedy.
well, you're greedy, you're not so greedy, you play knight f2, I believe.
Yeah, knight f2. And then for the queen, the rook, and then start picking up all the cash points there. Bishop takes h5. No, black's position is completely overwhelming. There's no way that white can survive with a king on e2. Yeah, king e2, just a really quick move and just forgetting to cover g4. That was the anchor that held white's position together.
Yeah, I'm curious if Vaishali will play bishop knight f2, or if she wants to consider anything else.
Yeah. I'm wondering why why the hesitation. Is there some kind of possibility that I'm potentially missing from white? Maybe she's calculating what happens after knight to f2, queen to g1, and seeing whether there's any form of activity, but really there isn't, because even if you allow the queen to g7, this rook can just come to g8. I see no problems.
Yeah, I was thinking if after knight f2 she might worry about queen e1, takes the rook and then knight h4 or something. But bishop takes on h5, so it should be just great for black.
Okay. Well, Vaishali, she's burning the time on her clock. She's now under 2 minutes. And she just mustn't repeat the same mistake. Okay, here it comes, knight to f2. That's super important, because you see when the players have 10 seconds left on the clock, at some point the mind just goes out of the window for a stroll and you just lose momentum, you make blunders, and anything can happen.
It's interesting that it took her so long that she made the decision to play knight f2.
Yeah. Well, you know, she sees a lot of tactics very quickly. Rook takes h4. No, I wasn't expecting that. Knight takes queen. And now I'm very satisfied if I were black, because the queen is the queen, in my opinion.
Well, white has activity, but not enough pieces in the game.
So probably the best chance. But Yeah,
It's
castles
already a
makes
very
lot of
sad
sense.
thing if you have to sacrifice the queen this way. Bishop h5 is a threat.
Rook takes knight. Oh, or maybe your king steps up to e2 and you pretend like nothing ever happened. Yeah. Do you see any way to save this type of position for white?
Well, with
Or do
some
you-
help of your opponent, yes.
Yeah. And kind of it. Okay, h6 played.
And simply bishop h6. Bishop g6, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Bishop g6.
And after
Attacking the
that,
knight.
takes and take the knight.
Yep. Yep, this rook is loose. Well, Vaishali now ticking to under the minute. h6 does seem to have come as a surprise, but I like your bishop g6. Simple chess, and sure enough, Vaishali plays this. But I was just going to ask Judith, bearing in mind that the players only have 45 minutes at this time control, you have a position like this where objectively white has got no chance. Shouldn't you just kind of call it quits and then move on to the next game so that you can potentially score?
No, because we are not like that. We are like the fact is, well, okay, this is very hopeless by now. But I tend to see in women's competition that they play it longer than I would think. And you don't want to resign somehow. I see this frequently, and also you think that okay, maybe I still have some chance. And the second thing is that they go on for a lot of more games, right? So it's not only this portion, but then the 3 minute plus one and the bullet. So anything can be. It's not clear who does it favor. You want to favor yourself that you don't suffer emotionally. So you want to spend some time finishing this game. So after that, you can press the restart button because immediately, instantly, they start the new game. As we see already here, we are move 7 or something.
Yeah, and we see it's a King's Indian from Elina. She has certainly switched things up and doesn't seem to have come as a surprise to Vaishali because she's just been blitzing out the moves. And I'm surprised that she played the knight so quickly to c6 because as far as I know, when I kind of compare this kind of positions to Catalan positions with white, as soon as you see a knight on c6, this pawn on c5 can be taken.
I don't know. I was somehow not playing these positions with either color. But, well, I would expect that black wants to go e5, right? Strengthen the center of the position. Or maybe d4 first, but after d4, knight b5.
Yeah,
So
but that's the thing. You've got these ideas, right? To jump in here. They're just assuming that nothing. I don't know. It feels quite loose to me because yeah, e5 is the optimal kind of setup that black gets and wants. But at the same time, it's a full-on pawn sacrifice because you're not going to be winning back the c5 pawn.
For the moment, not. Maybe in a later stage you can win it back. But for now, interesting that a lot of thinking.
Yeah, okay, bishop to g5. Maybe this is Elina's approach, actually, because we've seen her sacrifice pawns for the initiative. So maybe this is her game plan. She just gives up some pawns, gets the initiative, makes Vaishali uncomfortable, forces her to burn some time on the clock, and yeah, pose problems that are difficult to solve. But Vaishali does have a lead in the match so far, 1.5 to half. Knight to e4, well, I could see it being highlighted by the engine. It approves. Bishop goes back to, oh, you can't go back to f4 because that just invites e4, e5 ideas. e3. Oh, I like to preserve the bishop, so that surprises me.
Well, I think it was not much of a choice for white. I mean, you don't want to go back to c1, right? You just came to g5. At the same time, there are several options, and black can play also h6 and bishop f4 and well, maybe e5 not enough.
Well,
Yeah.
we see trade, and well, this bishop has awoken. Sorry, I'm trying to get
And
my
the
arrows
b2.
in. Yeah.
b2, pawn back. Black has a very beautiful position.
Totally. And now the bishop can go back to g7. I'm not sure where to put it on f6. My instinct was to go to f6, but I was worried about knight to e4. So, but maybe you want to hold on. Hang on a second, Judith. Sorry, I just noticed White's thread is bishop takes c6, followed by knight c7, trapping this rook.
And the other idea is to make it differently, to play knight c7 first, and after rook b8, bishop c6, to have that pin. So that's why bishop f6 was a must.
Absolutely. Attacking this knight on g5.
With a tempo.
You gotta defend it. h4, do we play? I kind of like this idea of going knight c7 or bishop takes knight. Knight e4. Nice move there from Elena.
Yes, because knight on e4 covers, blocks the g2 bishop, so all these tactics don't work anymore with bishop c6, knight c7.
Yeah, and you don't have any kind of good vacating square for this knight on e4. You know, you'd like it to kind of jump to somewhere with some threat, and of course it doesn't get there. Oh, I'm really, really worried about Vaishali's position, because this pawn is on c5 is weak. Black has control over the d line. Knight c7. Okay, just move the rook. Not a big deal. Can you... Pieces are
Next
jumping
move,
in
black.
to d4.
Black can go simply bishop d7 if, let's say, the knight moves away. Though there is not such a good square from e4 with the knight.
Oh, does this work? Does this work, Judith?
I think it's already panic.
Yeah, you can have, at the very least, kind of pick up the c5 pawn, at the very least. But okay, maybe it's a kind of move that initiates chaos. The knight, after all, can just threaten to come to d5, and you never know how people respond when they have so little time on the clock.
Well, bishop d4 is possible, but I think maybe bishop f5 is possible too, because white cannot capture the pawn, because then rook d7 would be. And it's on the board.
Difficult to kind of mix things up, because you can't capture, as you mentioned, on b7, because there's going to be all sorts of back rank issues, and this pawn on c2 is threatened. This bishop on c6 is going to fall off.
Bishop pair for black, I mean, that's very promising.
Well, would be a very nice comeback win for Elena if she manages to win with the black pieces. And there we see she captures on c2, and yeah, there you see all the arrows in blue. They're my engine suggestions. Rook to d2.
Yeah, rook d2 is always tempting. White will come back to knight to d5, tries to eliminate the f6, the dark square bishop. Well, now it can be tricky also a bit. If let's say white can eliminate the f6 dark square bishop, then the white square bishop on g2 can be extremely powerful for white. And also rook a3 can be a problem or interesting for white.
Yeah, I like this move. Rook a3. You know me. Give me a pawn to have a go at. Okay, but here you can take on a7. So Vaishali, she survived the worst of it.
Not only survived, she's the one who is playing for a win now. c6. Look at that tactics. She didn't play c6. c6, rook c6, rook b7.
Aha, yes. That would have been a nice trick.
But this may be a much better version because rook c5 is not possible. Rook b1 to b7, and then the 7th rank is very powerful for white.
Yeah. Okay, well now, 7th heaven for the rooks. What? Rook to f5. That's a nice defense there from Elina, giving up f7 in order to pounce on the f2 point. Very, very nice. And probably enough to hold the draw.
Ah, what a counter play. Rook c2, and then rook d5.
Take on f4. Open up lines. This is one of those scenarios where you feel like having 2 rooks on the 7th is good enough for an automatic win, but somehow it is not.
Well, I don't know. It should be, I think.
Nice check there.
f3 is a nice check, that's true.
King h3.
Well,
yeah, I was going to say rook h8 was in the air, checkmate. And now maybe it's time to start checking. And just accept that this
what a
is the draw, okay?
saving by Elina. Beautiful saving.
Yes.
I mean, after she got the position ruined.
Yeah. No, completely. Because she really had to draw on all her strength there because she was much, much better and it looked like she was going to be winning. She lost control. And then Vaishali was definitely there with the 2 rooks lined up on the 7th. And I love that resource that Elina found. But a new game has started. And let's see what kind of strategy Elina has up her sleeve. So I'm expecting Elina, just judging by her start, to go knight to g5. And sure enough, it is on the board.
Yeah, she plays very sharp things, sharp decisions, and plays very fast now. The players are getting warmed up, and we have only 12 minutes to go from this 45 minutes of portion of 5 minutes to 5 minutes.
Yes. Do you think this could be the last game that we see on the 5 minutes portion?
It could be, but I have a feeling that we might have one more game of this 5 minute plus 1 second.
Yes, we'll see.
Look at that.
What is this? f5. h5.
Very aggressive. Wow, h3.
Yeah.
Counterattack.
So, yeah, well, this match, I kind of, in the build-up, I could not wait for this match to begin because I really do think with both of these player styles, it's anyone's game. And I was kind of curious, who do we think that will actually win this match? And I will ask that question to chat. And let's have a look at what chat are predicting. There's some strength in numbers.
Wow.
We'll bring them up soon.
A lot of Elina fans.
Oh, there you can see, yes, Elina, 54%, Vaishali, 46%. Yeah, that's an advantage to Elina, but I think it's actually going to be like 51% to Vaishali and 49% to Elina.
Well, I would put much higher for Vaishali. I mean, she plays better, but she makes serious mistakes. Elina so far is a great fighter, and in critical moments she finds her defense, as in the previous game. she had a great position, then she ruined it, but then when she got in trouble, she saved it with some accurate moves, I believe.
Yeah. She did the same in the first game as well. You know, she got a terrible position out of the opening, but somehow or other she just kept on fighting and she got back into it. And we've seen that Vaishali's handling of the clock hasn't been the best. And already you can see Queen to G5 awarded a question mark. Queen to D2 also being critically... the computer is not a fan of that move. I don't see why it's so wrong. You know, what could be more natural? Attacking, defending this E3 pawn.
Maybe knight C3 was a better move.
Yeah, and just going on the counterattack against E4. Yeah, that could be. I mean, this position is still incredibly sharp. And now it's time for Elina just to start getting developed. Don't get seduced into diverting the queen to A5. Bishop takes bishop is going to be deadly in that case.
Well, the question is whether knight C3, what happens on that move? Because I thought that can black sacrifice with knight C4 takes and rook A8 to push the queen back and then somehow to win the game with bishop E2? What do you think of knight C3, knight C4?
Wow, we have to put that up on the board just quickly whilst the players are thinking, because this is going to be absolutely critical.
Knight E4.
Okay.
Knight E4.
That would save the day for white, because as Judith mentioned, if white took that knight on C4, the rooks would swing into action and white's position would be critical. So instead, I don't think that knight C3 was played. Let me just refresh. And no, instead
bishop F1.
Wow. Oh.
Okay.
And look at that. Now, not your idea of knight C4.
She blundered that, but now she sees it. I think I have a feeling on her face that she understood that knight C4 is a killer.
Mm-hmm. And actually, we can just look at the live position. Knight C4 indeed played, and there we see rook A8 and bishop D3. Elina, she couldn't control black's activity there.
Well, indeed, it was a pity that things went wrong, but I don't think she will be able to save this. There are too many attacks and too much of one move away, few moves away of kind of checkmate. I mean, look at that. Queen potentially can go to G3. I mean, it looks really miserable for white.
Yeah, totally. And you guys and everyone at home,
bishop
F5. You've got to develop your pieces. Like, if white could somehow like get the king castle to the queen side, it's anyone's game. But as it is, white is not going to be surviving this.
Well, black has to be precise, I believe, because for the moment the knight on B1 and but I mean there were several options. I think bishop F5 was the most tempting for me, but after bishop E6 there are too many threats. Queen G3, bishop takes C4, too many things happening for white is not going to... I mean, we find you to make two moves, knight C3 and long castle, then okay. But this is over. Queen is gone.
Yeah. And there we can see we have resignation there from Elina. And we move on to what is going to be the last game in this 5 minutes plus 1 second portion, because we only have just under 6 minutes remaining here. So Elina, with the black pieces, she really does need to strike back. She's come to this whole match with a game plan, and it seems to have worked up to the point where she just loses control and Vaishali is able to counter, because Elina there with 1 point, whereas Vaishali has 3 points in the match.
Yeah, there is a very clear lead by Vaishali in the match, though Elina is fighting well, but her focus, concentration drops at some point, and then she makes very serious mistakes.
And there we see another one, knight to D6. That's possible. because you cannot capture. You can go bishop takes knight, e takes d6.
You cannot capture
and
twice.
c4. Exactly. c4 is happening, and unfortunately the queen can give a check on b4, but bishop to d2 is a lovely block. So yeah, black is gonna just have to let a pawn reside there on this beautiful d6 square and hope for the best.
Well, the real problem for black that c4 comes very fast, I believe. And
Are you going to cement this pawn on d6? At the right
well, of
time.
course, yeah,
get in
c4,
bishop
c5 would
e3.
be possible. That would be a real killer. But maybe white is not fast enough for that.
But maybe you don't need to be. You can just castle and enjoy just dark square domination, right? I like your c4 move. Like, back it up c4. You can even go b3, bishop b2, and just enjoy a beautiful bishop on this long diagonal if you get it there. But you don't need to. You can go bishop c4 and then bishop e3. Either way, black is going to be struggling big time on the dark squares. And look at this pawn on d6. It just cuts the board in half. Like this queen.
Yes, the c8. The c8 bishop can be in trouble. But I still hope for black that she can go c5 and bishop b7 and activate her bishop. Otherwise, it's a very bad situation if your rooks are not connected, your bishop is not on the long diagonal. And even though if black can develop playing c5 and bishop b7, there is a big problem with this d6 pawn, because you're kind of difficult. The queen is so much far away from the king side.
Yep. The bishop f3 is a really interesting move that from Vaishali. I wasn't expecting that because I thought she would just go bishop e3, but okay, maybe now she has a chance. Bishop e3. Because you need to go bishop b7 to be able to block e3, bishop e3 with c5. But Vaishali, she is got less time on the clock, 3 minutes. But she's reluctant to actually sacrifice this pawn on b2.
Well, I also think that that pawn will be given, but it's not so obvious that how you're going to... why is it so obvious? I take on b2. You're giving it to me. Why not?
Yes, I think black has to do that. You might as well die on a full stomach, as they say. I love that line. In for a penny, in for a pound, you know. I think Alina just should just do it and see whether she can hold on, because at least she has that pawn to the good, and that will give her some motivation. It might not be worth that much, but sometimes queen to b4.
Well, queen b4 is played to attack the c4 pawn, and also if bishop d4 white goes, then the d6 pawn is attacked.
Well,
but you know,
okay,
white cannot play c5. Sorry, white cannot, or maybe not so advised to play c5, because then there is an outpost for the black knight on d5. Though it's tricky because the different color bishop can be very dangerous for black as well, because the white square bishop is actually not doing much in this game, because it cannot look for real attack, counter chance, or whatever. So that's a big problem. The only diagonal where it could make effort and do something good is the b7 square and playing c5. Otherwise, there is not much what it's doing.
Yes, I like your idea of going bishop b7, because the move that really worries me for some reason is to like getting a queen up to d4, getting a bishop up to this diagonal, and somehow this queen on b4 is just completely offside. So I don't know why, but I'm just really looking at queen d4 if it works.
I love the queen on d4, especially that later on it can be moved to h4 and playing bishop g5 or something. But b3 is also possible, only that after b3 black is going to play a4, I believe.
And b3 was the move chosen by Vaishali. But once again, the clock situation, it's not immediately critical, but it is slightly concerning because Vaishali, she's now down to 1 minute and 37 seconds. And this doesn't actually bode well for when the game quickens and we move on to the 3 minutes plus 1 second portion. Because Vaishali is just taking too much time to come to her decisions. Rook e1, good move. Vaishali doing exceptionally well in this position. It's a great position. There's no doubt about it. Rook to b1,
At the
she's
same
speeding
time,
up.
Elena is doing well. She's fighting very well. Very good. Fighting spirit. The only thing is her pieces are not really active. That's the only thing.
It just reminded me of law school, you know. We always talking about a crime always has to have two parts. It has to have the actus reus, the act, and the mens rea, the mind. So the mind might be fighting, but the pieces are like, no, I'm not participating.
Bishop b7, probably the idea is c5 to exchange the white square bishop.
Yeah. But now is the time to take the dark squares for Vaishali. So I'm either thinking queen to d4. I love my queen to d4 move. I know the computer was saying bishop to d4, but c5.
c5.
Oh, it's risky. Rook a2. Elena's getting really active now. And now she has some breathing space for the knight on d5. You know, objectively, I think white is doing fine, actually more than fine. But the fact that this rook is on a2 and Vaishali has less than a minute on the clock, it is kind of nerve-inducing.
Well, black started to be active. This definitely favors her that the a pawns got exchanged, though I'm not sure at all that this exchange favors black. a5, very important control.
Yes. And h3 there from Vaishali. Knight d5. That's what I'm begging to be played. Activate the pieces. Induce chaos. And sure enough, she does it.
Knight d5, yeah, this is a question. Because black's queen I like quite a lot on b4.
It's a powerful piece, and we mustn't forget that this knight is threatening to jump to c3, forking the rook and the queen, and she takes it off. Oh, this is a fight now. C takes d5, and look at this. You just go d4, and hello. Who came into the game?
I think black's aim, of course, and dream is to play e5 at some point. Maybe even now just to grab on g4 and e5. But maybe just takes and bishop c6, b4, rook b8. So it's because, of course, white's plan is to push b4, b5. But good reaction by Elena.
Yeah. And
I like
good
it a
reaction
lot.
there from bishop and from Vaishali as well, centralizing the bishop. Maybe she's going to go rook a1, no b4. She's got to stop these pawns from rolling. And this now feels quite level because it feels like the players are in the standstill where black will threaten to break out with e5. White says no. Oh, g5, nice.
But I don't understand g5, g3. I wanted simply to take it.
Well, she just wanted to prevent e5, and there we get a close-up of the players. Vaishali on her final seconds, king to g6. Bishop b5, rook a1. Maybe rook to e8.
I mean, if I would ask you who is better here, what would your intention say?
My intuition says that black is better. Because black is the only one with this e5. I'm obsessed with this pawn break. And I feel like once that happens, the black pawns would be mobile. But this bishop on c6 doesn't make the best impression. I would probably start by like improving Is that possible, or am I being too hopeful? I was trying to...
Playing rook e8 and e5, right?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, and you see, Vaishali, she dropped the b4 pawn.
What's going on?
She was playing on her seconds, and now, well, Vaishali, she's won back the f6 pawn, but look at this. Black's pawns are going to start marching up the board, and she's got no time.
Well, it's a very important game for Alina to equalize. Not to equalize, but to come up a little bit and making the result a little closer.
She's narrowing the gap. 2 seconds there from Vaishali, yeah. And Vaishali's defense is just completely broke down when she allowed rook takes b4. It was just a complete, like, losing the mind for 1 second. And now Alina, she's just too many pawns up.
Yeah.
And now she just has to mobilize the pawns. Here she comes. Vaishali, to her credit, is still managing to play moves with no time on the clock. And
well,
now
of
King
course,
steps back.
d4.
Yes. And there we see Alina Roberts scores her first win in the 5 minutes plus 1 second portion. Wow. Well, Alina came to the day. She came well prepared. She came in an aggressive mood. But Vaishali is the one who walks away with more points. Let's take a look at the scoreboard so far in this absolutely thrilling match. And there we see Vaishali. She's got 3 points. Alina, with that victory in the last round, manages to close the gap. She's down to 2. But Judith, wow, what do you think we can expect from the 3 minute plus 1 second portion?
Well, I think Vaishali has to play faster, no question about it, because she was down on time. She played kind of better this mini match at first, but she has to get faster. If she's not going to get faster here, it's a clear sign that she's going to have huge problems in the bullet.
Yep. And speed is the name of the game. Now we are going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, we are going to see the time get slashed. The players' nerves, they're going to start increasing, but everything is going to be absolutely thrilling as we go down to 3 minutes plus 1 second. You don't want to be missing this.
Rapid or classical?
Rapid.
Rapid.
Over the board or online?
Over the board.
Online.
E4 or D4?
E4.
E4.
Knight or bishop?
Knight.
Knight.
Work on opening theory or endgame technique?
Endgame.
Both.
Face the Sicilian defense or the King's Indian defense?
Sicilian defense.
King's Indian.
Favorite opening as white?
1 E4. So 1.
Yeah. 1 E4.
If you can play against any historical chess player, who would it be?
Michael Tal.
World champions from the past, all of them, especially Fischer.
What's your favorite post-game snack?
Something spicy. Yeah.
Yeah, I usually take banana during the games,
Yes.
but post game it's some snacks.
Snack. Yeah.
Something spicy is what we prefer.
Coffee or tea?
Tea.
Not both. If I have to drink, I'll drink it. One of them.
Doso or idli?
Dosa.
Yeah, those.
Favorite cricket player?
Dhoni.
It changes. Right now it's Virat Kohli.
Favorite witty chess player?
Anish.
Anish.
Better player growing up, Craig or Vaishali?
When exactly is the question, yeah? Growing up, I think till some point I was just trying to catch up. She was just much stronger than.
Yeah, at some point he became very strong.
Messi or Ronaldo?
Ronaldo.
Ronaldo.
Federer or Nadal?
Federer.
Federer.
Favorite sports athlete of all time?
Mary Kom, like I've been following her a lot.
It keeps changing, but right now, as I said, Virat Kohli.
Cab or auto rickshaw?
Cab.
Auto.
Veg or non-veg?
I prefer veg.
Yeah, if I have to take one food of like, all my life, I think it would be veg.
This summer, millions of people flock to Paris for the Olympics. But this year's greatest sports spectacle has yet to begin in the legendary city. You already know what I'm talking about, the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. After an epic summer battle of the world's greatest speed chess superstars, only 4 finalists have survived the gauntlet. Magnus, Hans, Hikaru, and Alireza have made it to Paris. Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greets. Hurry before the clock runs out.
Yeah, definitely. And related to chess, we discuss a lot about it every day. He's very passionate about the game. He loves sport very much, and he's ready to discuss like anytime. So I have a very good partner, I would say, like to go to him and to have a discussion with him. Even also otherwise, we discuss a lot of things. I would say he's a very good brother. Yeah, he's a big support for me in every way, like on and off the yeah. No, when I started playing earlier in the Speed Chess Championship, I used to play a lot of online games with him. Just to train. It's good to have some training. This online, it gets tricky. In earlier times, playing in online, he has helped me which helps me when we play online lot of games, it helps me to play better. This mouse skills and all, it's tricky, so it helps me when I play these matches. This time I'm not sure. He's also having packed schedule. I've been asking some help from him, but he has not agreed until now. I hope to get some help from him. Yeah.
Welcome back to the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship, and it's been an epic match so far between Vaishali and Alina Rebus. For those viewers just tuning in, I'm International Master Ivanka Hauska, and I'm being joined by the absolutely fabulous Grandmaster Judith Polgar. Now, Judith, there we can see the scoreboard between Vaishali and Alina. In the end, Alina pulled it back to 2 points, so she's just trailing by 1 point. What do you think we can expect for 3 minutes plus 1 second portion?
This must have been a very difficult game for Vaishali because she was already leading 3-1, which was quite significant. So if, let's say, she would really win her game, where she had a clear advantage after the opening, that would be a very significant lead, 4-1, let's say. But this was very important for Alina to get closer and balance the match a little bit. So now she's 1 point behind only, which means that if she continues with her fighting spirit, I think she can get even more chances, because of course when the shorter the time control becomes, then more chances, more blunders. So the players has to be more focused even than they were up to now.
Yes, definitely. When time gets slashed, the players have to just up their concentration and their focus levels. And that's something that we have seen Vaishali do. She is, after all, a world-class player. There you can see some of her achievements. Not only has she been a World Youth Girls Champion, she's done that twice. She also won the FIDE Women's Grand Swiss rather convincingly. And yes, by that I mean a completely overwhelming performance. And she became a Grandmaster in 2023. And let's not forget that she is part of a brother and sister duo. Her brother is none other than Pragnananda. It's very good to have a brother that is competing at the world's best, right, Judith?
Well, they are very amazing siblings, I must say. It's so nice to see them when I have the opportunity. At the Olympiad, I saw them, and I'm going to see them very shortly in the Hungarian located Chess Olympiad coming up. So it's wonderful to see them being both in the very top in their field.
Yes, absolutely. And Vaishali actually just came off what she called a slightly disappointing Women's Grand Prix. So she really is there playing at the very best level in women's chess. And what I like about Vaishali is that she always appears very calm. She has a discipline like no other. And she is insanely good at calculation. She's been training with the best blitz partners in the world. You know, Pragnananda, Gukesh, she very much is part of that school of Indian chess. And there we can see the players get ready. We have Vaishali. She looks like she's playing in darkness, but she isn't. Just the lighting. And Elena, there you go. Lights are on. Reset, refocus time. And for Elena's played very aggressive. She's still only 18 years old. What do you think? Do you think the chances start to favor her now that the time has shortened?
I don't know, but we have to make it clear that by rating, it's very clearly Vaishali is a better player and with her results. But of course, when we talk about a very youngster, okay, 18 these days are not very young, right? But still young enough. So I think she's ready to fight, and she knows that she's the underdog kind of in the match. At the same time, she's ready to fight. She wants to grab her opportunities and create some opportunities.
Absolutely. And she actually recently became a chess professional. She just left school and decided to focus on the game 100%, rather like Vincent Keimer, actually, who took the same decision as well. And here we see Elena. She means business, is an open Sicilian. And here we are seeing Queen E2, Bishop E3. And this is a setup that you're familiar with on the black side.
Yeah, actually, I was playing with both sides, this kind of systems, and mainly it's important that the structure has its own ideas very much. That in the Pausen, the important part is that usually the pawn is capped on d7. So from one point of view, there's a weakness on d6. At the same time, it's a square which is a weakness, and it's not the pawn. So in these positions, of course, White tried to go e5, open up the diagonal for the bishop and make space for e4 for the knight. At the same time, then Black gets in return the d5 square, which can be a good exchange. But yeah, this game is White will play f4, sometimes e5. But sometimes it also can get positional because of this d6 and c5 weaknesses of Black.
Yep. And we see king b1. That's a nice safety first move. Just tuck your king into the corner, out of harm's way before the action begins. And yeah, I must admit, your e5 idea of knight e4, and then I can see a knight swinging over to f6, just looked really scary. And knight to b4 from Vaishali. Interesting. But where is it headed to? Okay, bishop
knight
to e2.
c2.
Ooh.
But now knight c2 some tactics, which none of the players see.
But she has another chance. Another chance, Judith, because now she can take on c2. Anything that's done in blue, that's the computer, that's the AI, the smart thing.
Well, now f4 is the problem is of f4 that simply, and again they go back and forth. It just avoids their mind to see, to figure out, to realize.
And now I think Vaishali has made her intentions super clear by lining up the queen and the rook, and Elina, she completely missed it. And there we see now that she's scrambling to defend the c3 point. Oh, but this looks horrible. Black is the only one that's attacking. White is like so many moves away from generating a single bit of initiative, and only then is like a pawn. F5, nice move there from Vaishali, just grabbing some squares. And
at the same time, we see that Vaishali is spending again more time than her opponent, significantly more. But her position is amazing because we were witnessing this knight c2 not played for several moves. One was blundering, the other one was not taking the chance. But eventually, Vaishali took it, and she has a winning position practically.
Yeah, I'm looking at just simply capturing on e4. That kind of speaks for itself. And once again, Elina has neglected king safety.
Well, now there will be serious problem for white. Knight d5, f4 is hanging, c3 is hanging, so quite a hopeless position for white.
Yeah, rook takes f4 looks very convincing, but okay,
Or
I like the way.
First.
Yeah. Yep.
Just be as precise as possible, please.
I like that philosophy. Precision is everything. Rook h3, you know, desperately trying to patch up the position, maybe getting the rook to d3 so it can do repair work. Oh, but now the knight is gonna come into b4. Yeah, rook f1 is on the table. Rook e4. Oh my goodness me, it's just going from bad to worse. But Vaishali, just 45 seconds left on the clock, whereas Elina has 1 minute and 24 seconds to try and scramble a solution, maybe trade off pieces. That's what they say you should do.
Well, here I think it's more about thinking about the next game already. I don't think there is practical chance in this game for white.
Yeah.
But Vaishali's time is always an issue, or it can be an issue, but I would be very, very upset with black if I would not win this, even with 20 seconds on the clock.
Right. But queen to g3 is a tricky move, you know, hiding this intention of queen to b8. But problem is the king. Unfortunately, we need to be able to pick up a white pawn from offside and put it on c2, and then maybe still have a chance. King a3.
Wow, and white is still alive?
Wow. Beautiful checkmate there from Vaishali.
I was slower. I just couldn't see queen a4.
Beautiful finish there from Vaishali. I didn't see that one, but she certainly did. Exquisite touch there.
So we have a theme now.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Pose.
Vaishali switching it up from e4, d4. And now open Sicilians. Okay, rook to e1. And I never know here about like knight to d5. Like whether one should... Okay, bishop f3. The intention is clear. Let's jump in with the knight at d5. If it's possible.
Yeah, it's this is also something I was playing back long time ago. Well, of course, after b4, white would have jumped into d5. And even now, at some cases, it's possible. But knight is going to g6 via e7. And then the bishop to c5, let's say, in many occasions.
Yeah. But I can see a scenario where white goes a4, b4, and boom, put the knight onto d5. And let's see how the game livens up.
Again, we have a half a minute disadvantage for Vaishali. So somehow she is clearly the slower player, but the more successful so far.
It just feels a little bit like Elena gets these really dynamic, aggressive positions. Hang on, I don't like this Queen C7. And I'm like, I mean, I saw the evaluation bar start creeping up. So immediately I'm like 95, but maybe not knight d5.
Yes, I'm not sure knight d5 can work because black captures and plays d6. So maybe white just goes queen d2 and have in mind to play bishop f4. But at the same time, if you move away with the knight to c6 or g6, knight d5 is absolutely there.
Yeah, it just feels like this queen on c7 is going to get attacked. And so e5. Yeah. Maybe Elena needed to be a little bit more patient. But I liked your queen to d2 plan and just ask black the question of how to develop. But okay, we see a trade of queens. Okay. And how to continue as white? Do you just go queen g? Knight
Yeah,
e4.
the first intention was definitely queen g3. Now after knight e4, the question is what happens? Queen e5, knight f6.
Knight f6. Knight f6. Vaishali
Knight
just,
f6.
sorry, Elena's blundered a queen.
Interesting that Vaishali is not playing knight f6 instead.
She did. And we. Yeah. Quick counter of material, bishop f6. And now you can take on e5 because of this pin against the rook.
And she takes it. Of course, black will be still kicking. But I mean, after all, it's a queen then.
It is a queen. That's the problem. A queen is a queen is a queen. And okay, bishop to g7. I'm just like, go c3, control this knight's jumps, and then b4 played. Excellent strategy there from Elena. But she needs to speed up because she needs to go into hustle mode. Because there we see Vaishali extending her lead to 4 points out of 6. And if she wins again, it's 5 points out of 7. It's difficult to come back from that.
Queen d3. Make some double attack. h7, a6.
Clinical.
Vaishali is interesting that she's really slow. She's taking her time.
Yeah. It's surprising.
I don't like bishop h4.
Well, the thing is, though, her position is so won that she can do whatever she likes.
Maybe
But
not
definitely.
everything, but I understand what you mean.
Yeah. Well, I remember like a match that was played a long, long time ago where somehow like one of the players kept getting this type of position and the other opponent was like, why didn't you just resign? I'm not used to playing these types of positions. And it felt like almost an insult to kind of keep the game going. But there we see, black has no chance whatsoever. But Vaishali is down to 19 seconds. Check.
Knight d7. There is no other move.
Yep, has to be done.
Queen a3. Queen a3 is possible.
Yeah, you kind of feel like the rook will go to b1 and start motoring away. Queen, if this is if the king goes back.
Queen a3,
Ooh.
king f6, queen
Yeah,
d6.
but this allows bishop c3, and there was a big threat of bishop to d4. That's why Vaishali quickly put the bishop on f2. But somehow, now black's is going to be able to string together some defensive setup. Like you can see, like, okay, rook to b7, rook c7. This is not going to be so easy to break down. especially when you only got 8-7.
8 seconds exactly is not much. I mean, there could be done technically in a much easier way than Vaishali did. 95, go for it. Takes on h7,
knight takes
take on
f3.
f3, knight g5, knight e4. Look at that, some chances.
Right. And I like the way Alina's playing this, putting the knight on e4, throwing in a check. This is not easy at all for Vaishali to win seconds left on the clock. Queen, and you can just see rook c2. And Alina will just be counting her lucky stars.
I don't know.
If she gets away with
this. Do you think Vaishali will win this game?
No. I don't think she will. In fact, I think she might even lose on time. Because the trend is not speaking in her favor.
And her position is not so good anymore.
Yeah.
I thought Queen b8 was played. Something happened.
No.
Okay.
3 seconds. Still a massive fight. And there with d4. I'm not sure I like d4 because the knight was nicely anchored on e4.
Queen d3 was possible.
Oh no, she dropped the rook. Rook d7. Oh. And Alina came so close, but in the end, it looked like perhaps it was a mouse slip or just one fatal blunder there that ended that game. And Vaishali, well, she got there in the end and she has extended her lead. She's now on 5 points, Alina just on 2. And 15 minutes remaining of this 3 minutes plus 1 second portion. But we've been in for a roller coaster ride, Judith.
It's like with both colors they are playing it. Theme tournament. Theme match.
It's the
okay, well, it's a bit different because now we have the white pawn on c4, so it becomes more positional game than the other one, which means that white is going to be castling short side and have space advantage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, nice space advantage provided by c4 and e4. I must confess, as a commentator, I like hacks. But as a player, I definitely liked having this type of position because you can just take once and then push on with c5. That was always my philosophy when it came to this type of pawn break from black.
Yeah. But actually c5 is maybe possible immediately also without capturing the e takes d5.
No. Yeah. But this was something that was taught to me by my students because they were always playing the Maroczy and they said, it's fine when d5 happens, take once, push a pawn. And now Alina really going backward. I don't like what's happened. And now she's had to concede some light squares. Yeah. She's lost control of her position.
a5, nice move. Nice idea, pushing it a4, pushing it the b3 knight away.
Well, she decides to go bishop h3. She keeps the idea in her pocket for the right time. Queen g5, nice.
Well, she wants to make sure that f4 is not played by white.
Set up a pin. Am I missing something? Queen h6. And next move, bishop to g4. And that will be quite the deadly pin against the queen. Time to start. Oh. Isn't bishop g4 just really, really unpleasant?
It looks extremely unpleasant. Very dangerous.
How to... Okay, I like this move. Queen h5, tying down all 3 pieces.
Absolutely.
And now I guess, yeah, knight b4 is nice.
Bishop f1.
Yeah. d3 is coming as
I don't know.
indicated.
d3 with the idea of knight c2, knight d4, but maybe I can move my rook away to c1, even to give up the pawn on a2.
But how do you fight against this idea of just planting the knight on d4? Also, I like d3 for the other reason that this rook on a6 can suddenly lift over and start eyeballing h2. And d3 played by Vaishali.
Or even just to go to f6.
Yep. That is also speaking to me. Yeah, d3, very classy move there. Big threat, knight c2, knight centralizes on d4. Okay, knight c2.
Rook g1. Wow. What's the idea?
Yeah.
And
She's just...
And after knight e2, she gives up the exchange?
Well, Vaishali hasn't played it. But she probably needed to do that. But she's going for the bind.
Yeah, it's hard to make a move with white now.
Yeah. Well,
And you don't see how black improves her position.
Well, it's an interesting standoff, right? Because black is attacking f3. White is using every piece in the book to defend that point. And maybe they're just gonna sit there for a long time with no side improving. But Vaishali, her clock is ticking down. Knight e7. Can she unravel? Rook e3 makes so much sense. I guess you got to get ready to meet knight takes with bishop takes f3. Queen to g1. Oh, the knight takes big threat. Knight e2.
f3.
Yep, forced. Where's the threatening bishop to b5? And then knight e2, if she gets it, will be deadly. 8 seconds. She's got to move. Make some trades. You got to make a move.
Whew, just 2 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, the players are getting a 1 second time bonus, but it's nothing. It's so little time. Queen takes g3 is the big threat.
So go queen f2.
That makes a lot of sense. Queen e1 is also something that I was thinking about. 10 seconds now for Alina, and she goes f4, of course. She goes for the most dynamic move, and she wins on the clock, which means that she now moves to 3 points out of 8. Wow. Vaishali, once again...
If Vaishali is not changing her mindset to be faster, she can get in big trouble, especially in the final part of the match.
Yeah, because in the final time, you're going to have 15 minutes of a pure, unadulterated bullet chess. And there you have to be quick. You can't mess around with long calculation. You just have to play on your intuition. And here, rook to e8 from Alina. How many? We got 7 minutes and 44 seconds remaining of 3 minutes chess. And here, okay, white has a nice, small, comfortable edge. I would be going h3 in this type of position because I like that kind of move. and then we just play. Bishop e3 also good.
Well, h3 is a typical classical move in these kind of positions, all kind of Ryloppers and so on.
Yeah.
Eventually you play it, here or later or at some point of the game, right?
Yeah. And now
It's
it
on the
appears.
board.
Yes, and I never understood like when white should be going d5, when white should be taking on e5, or just going queen to d2, maintaining the tension. I think probably here queen to d2, since I can't decide which way to go with the d pawn. Let's postpone the decision. Oh,
Many
d5.
times white plays d5, exactly. In these positions, to have this structure, to have space advantage. That is something that's very common. And then the question is whether black will be capturing on d5 or playing c5 and then play that kind of structure. But it's very rarely that white is going to be capturing d takes c6. At the same time, it's hard to keep the tension for black many times. Like the queen can be located on c4 with some pressure.
Yeah. But one of the things that I found about determining the structure with d5 is that black is kind of handed an easy plan. You just have to kind of mobilize towards the f4 square, and off she goes. And then you kind of play on the king side. And queen c4.
Yeah, it's very logical to go queen c4 because after that d takes c6 also sometimes can finally be a consideration, and after that knight d5 or knight b5 to continue some tactical ideas. So I'm curious what black is going to be doing, c5 pushing it, or she can look some counterplay on the king's side. Also knight h4, I mean it's always there. c5, so there is no diagonal opening from d5 pawn to c6 capture. So now eventually probably we might see queen on f1, though now it would definitely not be good because of knight h4. You cannot play g3. So knight e2, I don't know, I'm kind of, this, what about knight g2 and queen d7?
It's very, very tempting, right? To set up a battery and then just come in. And you can even see the knight lifting over to h4. Yeah, this is scary, but I guess the knight can just come to g3 and then queen comes back to f1 and white sits tightly there with the extra material. And plus, yeah. But we have a move from Elena. a6. a6.
Sorry, a6. b5 is a strong threat. Suddenly.
Very nice.
I like a6 a lot because it's kind of unexpected suddenly. Wow, look at that ef, knight e5, g5, b5. Oof, what an opportunity for black.
Yeah. And now, okay, we can see from the blue arrow that the engine is absolutely thumping the table for f5, making use of this pin against the queen. f5, once you see it, it makes so much sense. But bishop to d7, also good enough, defending the b5 point.
But look at that, again, there is a huge advantage in time for Alina. And Vaishali is playing so slow that she's pushing herself in the danger zone.
She completely is. And her position, you talk about the danger zone, her position is in the danger zone because you can see black has got ideas of knight, rook to g5, knight to h4. And okay, we see a trade. What happened to the f4 pawn? It just disappeared.
You're not paying attention for a fraction of a second and then the pawn is gone.
Yeah.
f5.
Okay.
f5 should be.
Okay,
Queen
now
b4.
f5.
Queen b4 was also very interesting.
But c3 is a nice defensive move, utilizing this bishop on b1, which quite frankly was just sleeping on the back rank. So now, question for Elina, because knight to f3 isn't really on the agenda followed by capturing on f5. Yeah, so all in from Elina with g5.
Yes, but this is
on-
going to be. Ooh.
And by the way, 2 minutes and 9 seconds remaining in the 3-minute portion. So it's likely we're going to see one more game.
We'll
C4.
see.
And Vaishali, seconds left. How to keep the momentum alive for Elina? I like maybe go Queen A1? No.
Well, pawn is taken.
Yeah, but now she can go.
Well, for no reason she moved away with her rook. I mean, white goes rook e2 and queen d3 next.
Yeah, she could have taken that bishop. That would have been an excellent exchange sacrifice, which I'm sure she would have done 10 times out of 10 in classical chess. But here, it's instincts. Okay, queen, bishop, threatening checkmate on h7, queen to g6. Okay, now she can take on d6. And is there any funny business? Rook takes f2, and the computer confirms that is possible. Oh, well, queen f6, anything can happen here, but it looks like Vaishali is taking full control with a rook on e6 and queen on d6. Yeah, that's a lovely threat of queen takes bishop. Be careful. Rook takes rook. And Vaishali just has to be quick. It's not really about the chess anymore. It's more about the speed.
Yeah, but this, maybe it's just a draw. Bishop d6, king d5. Draw.
Yeah. And, okay, 15 seconds remaining in this time portion. So this is definitely going to be the last game, and the players are just playing it out. And just shuffling with the bishop. You should just agree. A draw. Nothing can be done here for either side to improve. And there we see a draw by repetition. Ooh, Judith. Well, that portion was not without adventure, and there we can see the players. I don't know who looks happy.
I think none of them. They both have their missing opportunities. They have been ups and downs, blunders. But now the most exciting part comes, where anything can happen, and I think the biggest challenge is whether for Vaishali is time. No question about it.
Exactly, and now we've come to the critical stage. We see Vaishali with her lead. Well, going into the final portion is 5.5 points to 3.5 points. But as Judith mentions, time gets slashed. The players will be there playing 15 minutes of 1 minute plus 1 second time bonus. It's been a round filled with thrills and spills, and well, that is exactly what you can expect in the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship, when the players are going to be pushed to the limit. We're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere, because when we get back, it's going to be chess at lightning speed. You cannot miss this one.
How often do you Google yourself?
Not very often, I believe.
That's a lie.
Oh God. I thought it's not often. Like, often is relative, right? What does it mean to Google yourself often? I don't Google myself like maybe 50 times a day. Maybe it's just, I don't know, once or twice a week.
Once or twice a week?
To be fair, I think I don't Google myself as like, oh, Anna. It's mostly related to my boyfriend as well, because he's a YouTuber and we work together.
I strongly suggest you stop banning me when my account didn't even have an entire game played yet. This seems very unfair. I'm better than 100% of your GM level players and you stupid banned me. WTF is your SU? I hope Bobby knows it and is auto-resigning in his grave. You.
Wow. Dan, you want to run with that one?
I thought maybe you would take it. I mean, he apparently, if we're banning him before he's even completed a game, I don't know. I mean, kudos to you and the crew, Casa. I don't even know what else to say to that.
A lot of times people that, have played games, they might finish them and they react and they're so hot, and step away from your laptop or your phone, decompress a little bit, give yourself the opportunity to turn that temperature down before you respond. Like that's the first bit of advice, because if you're dealing with support like that, you're gonna have a hard time dealing with people in your own life. So take a moment, think before you make that move, and then maybe then the response will be a little bit different. Rest in peace, Bobby Fischer, one of the goats of the game. At the end of the day, I don't think he's auto-resigning in his grave. I don't believe that. I think he might have a lot of perspectives on the way the game has gone. I don't think he's thinking like that.
Why should I open a new account if you guys keep on closing them?
Well, look, I mean, at the end of the day, we're closing your account for a reason, and so the behavior has to change for you to, keep an account open for an extended period of time. So clearly the behavior isn't changing, and that's, why you're in the situation you're in. There's such a great opportunity to enjoy your time on the site. We have so many things you can do. You can play, you can talk to people, you can learn, you can watch top games. Your experience is going to be soured if you're, making these decisions. So
do better. Do better. I like that. Maybe we'll get lucky and that user will watch this video and just maybe that'll be all they needed to hear. Oh, do better. Okay.
This summer, millions of people flocked to Paris for the Olympics. But this year's greatest sports spectacle has yet to begin in the legendary city. You already know what I'm talking about, the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. After an epic summer battle of the world's greatest speed chess superstars, only 4 finalists have survived the gauntlet. Magnus, Hans, Hikaru, and Alireza have made it to Paris.
Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greet.
Hurry before the clock runs out.
Welcome back. Whilst we are waiting for the 1+1 section to begin against the Dutch talent, against the Indian talent, well, we have a special opportunity with an Indian legend, because now is your chance to play 5-time world champ Vishy Anand. In honor of 25 years since Garry Kasparov's iconic game against the world, legendary grandmaster Vishwanathan Anand has volunteered as tribute for the next game, Vishy versus the world. To join the Vote Chess team of Chess.com, players and creators use !PlayVishy in chat or visit go.chess.com/playvishy and bring your A game. And talking about A game, that is exactly what our players need to do, as they are going to start getting used to playing chess at quite the frantic pace. 1 minute plus 1 second. Judith, did you ever have any experience with such a time control?
Good question. Competitively, not at all, because in my time when I was still in competition, there were no bullet events. And I think time to time, maybe several times, but not really that I remember that it was anything. But look at that, the players already.
Yeah,
focusing.
Fingers ready, right? Mouse is ready. They're just waiting for that whistle to indicate go.
Yeah.
And there we see the nerves. I mean, the players really do have to hold back the nerves here. They have to go into hyper-focused attention mode. And for Vaishali, she just needs to speed up. For Elina, she just needs to maintain that momentum. When she gets the initiative, she needs to not let go. It's like such small margins for error here.
Well, here I think absolutely the time will be decisive. And let's see, the first moves are there right in the bullet. And we see no change in the opening preparation.
Yep.
Same line, same system, same structure.
Yes. And there we see Elina. She's had some time to check out what to do against this, but now maybe she's going to follow the advice that my students gave me. You take on d5 once, and now maybe she has to take again because d4 is coming white's way. So the knight to e2, which is fine, but the center now has been eliminated, and now it's very much a move by move position where you just have to activate your pieces, and pieces are getting traded off. This is like the calmest game we've seen between these two.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't expect in the bullet, right? That it's just everything becomes simplified.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, just because it's equal material, it's completely symmetric, it can be some interesting things. Like now, the white queen is chased by the black knight from h4. So let's see how they are playing it out. White is trying to reach with the knight to f5 square, so the g6 knight is tied there, and of course it's nice activity. I would have played knight f5 first, probably, but
me too. And now the queens have come off, and well, the knight on c5. It's annoying, right? Targeting b7 and a6. How to defend that? Maybe you don't. In fact, how do you defend that without going on the passive? Oh, rook b8, rook d7. Okay, that was a given.
Yeah, in these positions, you have to look for counter chances. So, for example, knight e2, something to be considered.
Yeah.
Knight e5.
There we see rook d4. Okay, knights are going to come off. Rook f2 d1. Ooh, f4. Pushing forward, but I kind of like doubling and just utilizing all of the pieces. But well, Vaishali with a severe time deficit. She's under 10 seconds. Elina, 30 seconds.
I don't like the knight on g3 too much, though it can still show up on h5 where it can give something. But now after knight h5, g6 would happen.
Yeah.
Rook e1 was better with knight e5. Don't you think so?
Yeah, I think so too. Just put the rook on e1. But there we see Elina. She wants to make use of her time advantage. Rook f4. She's keeping the game
alive. Look at
alive.
this maneuver. What an interesting maneuver. Knight f6, h5, knight g4 kind of idea.
Yeah. There we go. g4 coming. Oh, g6. Yeah, I agree with you. This knight on g3 is not the best of pieces. But okay.
Well,
careful where you put the king. You don't want to go king to g1. And the first bullet game does finish in a draw. So Vaishali moves to 6 points. She has a 2-point lead over Elina, who really does need to string together a few victories if she wants to make a comeback in this match. Remember, the winner stays on, moves on to the next portion. Loser gets eliminated.
Yeah, it's very clear that the system is that elimination, and it has a different psychology.
Oh, there was a pawn on a7. It was hanging. This bishop did have its spidery tentacles out there on a7, but okay, this is a great position for Vaishali though.
Yeah, but things like this they don't take because they have pre-moved, right? So they play already on their board the move itself, and only when black plays then they released the mouse.
Ooh, G5. Now, do you think that that was what she meant to do? Just
This is what she meant to do because she wants to win. She wants to win, and it's bullet. And why not?
Yes.
I was doing things like this.
Yeah, I take your point. You don't have to play correct chess. You just have to be tricky. And there the knight comes to the edge of the board. It doesn't look great
But what
there.
about bishop e2, knight f4 back? I didn't understand it. Why to move away?
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
Oh my
Nice
God!
looked
To
out.
go to g7. Oh yeah,
He's
yeah, yeah,
completely
yeah,
locked
yeah,
out.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Knight e4, king g2, h4. Oh.
Maybe knight goes c4. c4 and go knight c5. Okay,
I
well,
mean, it's a pawn. I mean, you have activity, but I think white had a much better attacking opportunity. So e4 did make a lot of sense to have the square for the black e5 knight. Now knight d3 is coming.
well, remember this bishop can pop over and snatch the pawn on a7, but she doesn't need to do that. Knight to d3. Oh, the rook exchange fell. Wow, why did Vaishali let that happen?
Because the c3 pawn was hanging. If she moves away with the rook, then all the pawns are falling apart.
Yeah, but now black is the one in complete control. All it's needed is to double up on the e line and just play for a long time and break through like that.
Yeah, also king g7, h5 makes a lot of sense at some point.
11 seconds for
Why
Vaishali.
did she take them?
Well, she just wanted to win the material, and now the c3 pawn is falling.
But white could go king f2.
That's true. Yeah,
But okay, 6 seconds.
Yeah. And now the h4 pawn, the queen is coming in. Lots of pressure on the king side. But Vaishali's been tricky, but king g7, beautiful move. Just to tie everything together. Yeah, there's just no way to crack open. Oh, for a second, I thought that queen to g4 was a big mistake, but no, it absolutely wasn't. And Elina wins, and now there's only 1 point to separate the pair. And in 1 minute chess, anything can happen. This is anyone's match.
Look at that, g3, h5. What moves are being played here?
Yeah, absolutely. Knight f6, bishop g2. Do you think Vaishali will hold her nerve and
I don't
cling
know,
on
but
to
I'm
her
sure
advantage?
she's... I think she doesn't care right now. She's just focusing. I mean, things are happening so fast that she can't regret things. She knows that, okay, what happened, happened. She has to leave that behind her and move on to the next game and just do her best. After the match, she will think about it a little bit for sure.
And here we see g5. Here comes trouble, but who is in trouble? The black king is not looking so good, and white is on the verge of going e5. E5
Well,
isn't... Am I missing something?
maybe knight d5 also in the business.
Yeah. Yes, knight d5 is also... But bishop f3 didn't make so much sense. Knight takes bishop. And now bishop to g2. You have to defend. This bishop is under attack. Oh, yes, you can take, but playing with fire there, Elina.
b4, bishop b7.
Start targeting this softness.
This will be a not funny ending.
It's a very scary position.
I had several times these kind of bishops. I've won some good games with black. You can't avoid resignation in few moves with white.
Totally agree with you. And there we see, yeah, b4 would have been very convincing. 17 seconds for Vaishali. Now she makes the move. But she has allowed...
Bishop e4.
Yes.
And it's there. Bishop e4.
Yeah.
No.
But these two knights
Bishop
are
e4
useless.
tactics I wanted. Queen f2.
Ah. Yeah, bishop e4 would have been very nice. But she could still do something like this. 10 seconds. It's not so easy now.
3 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and now the queens have come off.
God. Oh, poor Vaishali. She was just moves away from giving checkmate.
And now Vaishali having to play with instinct. 3 seconds. Elina moving the knight back. Okay, but this is still very much winning. She just has to establish that pin. It's eternal. Oh no! Vaishali blunders the rook. She blundered the rook. She forgot about the knight on f2.
Crucial game of the match. White is equalizing the match. Look at that.
And there we see Elina Robers wins and equalizes. She survives a lost position. And she takes the point after Vaishali blunders a rook. Oh, Vaishali, she needs to speed up.
Vaishali's mistake was this. This was only top of the cake. Before that, she had to give checkmate in few moves in that position. But sometimes it happens that you have several winning options and you just got confused. But this game, the last game, was something painful that affects Vaishali, I think. And we can still see that she's playing slower. Even though in this game, maybe the first time that really after 10 moves, she has more time than her opponent.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing that we've seen, Elina. She's survived the most miserable positions, but she's carried on, keeping the game alive. She's been resourceful. And in those final seconds, it's been always Vaishali making that critical mistake. And here, once again, Vaishali has a brilliant position. Really, it's just wonderful. You know, this bishop on a2 is eyeballing the pawn on f7. We also have a beautiful squares for the pieces, targets. Also, this pawn on h6 is vulnerable. So there's no doubt that Vaishali is so much better. But somehow, Elina will keep the game alive. And Vaishali is usually the one on time trouble, but we see here Vaishali is the one with 40 seconds, so maybe she can go. I'm just wondering whether she can go
capture d6 and e5 is off, so she's back in business and wins.
And there we see pawn on f7 is also going to fall. Move the queen away, and this is the key. Vaishali just needs to stay ahead on the clock. If she can do that.
First game that she's ahead on the clock from the very beginning. First game, I think.
Yeah, and you can see what a difference. It's just, you know, Vaishali trusting her instincts. Knight to g5, but Elina, she's been tricky as always. Knight. But okay, you can just simply take the knight. And Judith, we only have 2 minutes remaining in the bullet portion. And it's going so close to the wire. And wow, we see queen takes bishop. Vaishali wins. And Vaishali there 7 points to Elina's 6 points. This is the critical game. Elina
so
with the white
basically,
pieces.
Elina has to win to equalize, to play on and go for the Armageddon, if I'm correct.
Yep.
So it's double or nothing.
It is. Go all in.
Finally, d6 is played.
And you get your f4 in.
And eventually g4.
Yeah. f5.
Not f5.
Yeah, maybe too early as indicated. But
E5
okay, it doesn't matter. You don't have to play purist chess here. You just have to get the job done.
Take g takes f5 and e5. Probably that would have been best to open up the diagonal. And rook g8. That was.
You know, we may very well see a comeback from Elina. This f line looking very, very poisonous, and black as the computer's indicating, really should be castling, but that takes nerves of steel. Vaishali down to 29 seconds. Elina barely pausing for thought. And
Vaishali has again less time, but she plays well. Knight on f4 shortly shows up.
Yep, I'm expecting that move too.
c4. Knight f4.
Yep. And there we see the close-up of the players in action. Yeah, and I can say officially the timer has ended. So this is going to be the last game that they play. And Elina is in a must-win situation. If she wins, she will tie the match and everything will be decided by tiebreak.
She's fighting well. This is to try to exchange the white square bishop is not a bad idea. Of course, the aim would be, oops, but then queen b3, rook a8. Oh, this will be no chance for her to win. No.
Yeah.
Even
she
with
can
7.
win perhaps on time. Vaishali down to 2 seconds, Judith. And there goes the e-pawn.
Yeah, but there can be g4 and checkmate ideas.
Well,
but white is in time.
Okay, now rook and pawn endgame. King g2.
King g7. And draw.
Yeah.
Whew. This was a roller coaster for Vaishali.
Absolutely. So many hair-raising positions and so many adventures along the way. And rook h6, rook takes pawn, and Vaishali, she just has to make sure she plays quickly because the draw is now secured. As long as she can not lose on time, everything is going to be good. She will be the one qualifying into the quarterfinals. And there we see a draw by repetition. And Vaishali wins the match by 1 point. But what a fight it was. And there Vaishali can breathe a huge sigh of relief as she manages to make it through to the next section. And we say goodbye to the incredibly talented Dutch prodigy, Elina Rebers. Judith, what a match.
Yeah, it was clear that at the end Elina was fighting back. She clinched almost very much to the same point as Vaishali. For Vaishali, it was a very clear problem in this match. It was the time. So she would have been faster. She could have won the match much easier. But I hope Elina will play well in the Olympiad if that's her next tournament already. And looking forward to see her after, as you said, that she finished school and she became a professional player. That how much can she improve? Like Kamer became a much better player and he just jumped a lot. So hopefully this is what we're going to see with her.
Absolutely. For Elina, this is just the beginning. And for Vaishali, well, she now has to face the quarterfinals. But we're going to take a quick break as we set up an interview with Vaishali herself. So don't go anywhere.
Do you often get upset when you read comments on social media about you?
Yes. It hurts.
Yes, that's the truth.
Probably the one that hurt me the most, or at least it was the most difficult to deal with, was during one of the candidates tournaments that I covered from the Chess.24 studios. We had a hashtag that was to send questions in to the casters. It was Pepe, Cuenca and me, and someone just figured that it's a great way to use that hashtag to bully me live on air. And the problem was that we've just asked like, oh, are there questions from the audience? And this person just sent like 12 tweets in a row. So only his tweets were on the screen.
No.
And they were all, it's not even mean or rude. They were just very sexual and very, I don't even know how to put it. When they question whether you're more than an object and someone that just should shut her mouth because...
I am so sorry.
Yeah, he went in a very not nice way about what's a woman's role.
Yeah. No, and to go through that, especially when you're live and it's, yeah, in the moment, and I mean, it's so hard to know what to do there. So that must have been absolutely terrible. I'm very sorry.
Thank you. Fiona was in the other studio, and as soon as we had a break, she gave me a big hug.
Yeah.
I think I needed it badly.
Favorite holiday location?
We prefer to be at home actually.
Yeah.
Because we keep traveling to tournaments most of the time. So
Sleep early or late?
sleep late.
Sleep late.
Favorite pizza topping?
Like paneer, like toppling with paneer counts, yeah? Yeah.
Yeah, veggies.
Yeah.
Favorite food dish?
Curries. Dosa is my favorite.
Yeah, same.
Salt or sugar?
Sugar.
Sugar.
Window or aisle seat?
Window.
Window.
Going out or staying in?
Staying in.
Staying.
Dogs or cats?
Neither of them. I'm afraid of dogs actually.
Yeah, dogs. I would take dogs.
Physical or mental fitness?
Mental fitness.
I'm not sure in which way, but yeah, work more on mental fitness.
Appetizer or dessert?
Dessert.
Appetizer.
Test matches or T20?
T20.
Recently, I was following a test match, so I'll go with test match.
Favorite place you traveled to?
Greece is one of my favorite.
Honestly, nothing comes to my mind. As I said, I prefer being at home anytime.
The best match you have played?
Grand Swiss, I had like few good games, like the third round where I bet Garifulina Leia, like it was a very attacking game where I sacrificed few pieces, and the fourth game I bet Mosichuk Media, former world champion.
Say my first game with Lagarde Maxim from World Cup.
The best player you have played?
I think Kamsky is the highest rated I've ever played in classical, like over the board, like in rating wise.
You played Kukesh recently.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I played 2700 as well. Yes, yeah, I played Kukesh.
Okay, from my part, yeah, it's Magnus. I always enjoy playing top players, so whenever I get a chance against them, I'm just enjoying.
Tell me you are a chess player in Tamil.
No, Nanu Saduranga Virangane. Yes.
That was great. Yeah.
Now you have to go.
Yeah. நான் ஒரு சதுரங்க வீரர்.
Hello, and we are back with the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship, and I'm very pleased to have alongside me Vaishali Rameshbabu, who just beat Elena Rebers in quite the nail-biting match. Vaishali, how are you feeling?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'm very happy I made it to very tense in the bullet portion. I felt I was outplaying her in most of the games, but somehow missing. I was unable to convert it to the win. I was missing some things. I'm very happy that I managed to win.
Yes, so you're very, very happy. But there you did mention that you did get some winning positions, but then you lost control. How did you deal with the emotions after those particular games?
One good thing about here is there is no time to regret. You just start playing the next game. So just kept playing and didn't do much.
And how will you celebrate tonight after such a victory?
Nothing much. Try to rest a bit. In 5+1 and 3+1 I was feeling comfortable, but bullet was like it was really, I made it very difficult. So I just want to rest after this match.
Yes, you just want to rest. And which one of those portions would you say is your favorite? 5+1, 3+1? Obviously not 1+1.
I enjoy playing bullet, but the score doesn't help in this one, but I like 3+1, which we normally play in Tattoo Tuesdays, so I'm more used to it.
Yeah. And did you have a game plan going into this match?
Yeah, I just checked bit of openings. It helped in some games, I guess. Yeah, but most of the games were decided in the last few minutes, like the seconds. Yeah, so yeah.
Yeah. And will you be watching the next Women's Speed Chess Championship match between Alice Lee and Sara Khadem?
Yes, I think so. I've been following all the matches. I mean, not completely, but checking the games and how it's going on. And it's always exciting to follow the other speeches matches. So I
Yeah.
think they'll be
And how different is over-the-board preparation versus online preparation? Because I know you've got the Olympiad coming soon. So do you guys have a chess camp? Are you in serious preparation mode for that?
Yeah, we have Olympiad coming and we are working for that. Okay, regarding online, like I didn't play in online for a really long time. I was worried how I would play. Just before the match, I was doing some puzzle rush and playing some online games. I think it helped. Something.
Yeah, Puzzle Rush is the best. And I have a question there from our chat. Says, are you eager to play in the Olympiad?
Yes, for sure. Be my second Olympiad, and last year we won bronze. We were so close to winning gold. This time we are hoping to get that.
Yeah, you're hoping to get that. And you're going to be playing in Budapest. Have you ever been to this city before?
No, actually.
Uh-huh. Is there anything you're looking forward to seeing?
Not really, but to be actually playing the Olympiad.
Yeah.
Is something I'm looking forward. Yeah.
Yeah. And what is the dream in the Olympiad?
Yeah, to give my best and contribute my part well to the team. And yeah, rest is.
Yeah. Okay. Well, good luck with the Olympiad. That will be absolutely amazing. In fact, I'll see you there as well. So maybe we'll play each other, perhaps. But yes. So in the next portion, you are going to be playing the winner of either Alexandra Kosteniuk and Mai Nava. Have you ever played any of these players before?
Yeah, I've played many games against Kosteniuk. In fact, in speeches matches, I've lost like 2 matches against her. I really had a tough time against her, and yeah, it would be nice to get one more.
Yeah. And have you ever played Mai Nava, an Estonian
No.
international master?
No, I've not played.
Mm-hmm. So you're looking for revenge, if I can put it, against Alexandra Kosteniuk. But that is going to be an incredible match. And Vaishali, you are through to the quarterfinals. And I'm going to let you relax because it's pretty late in India right now. Are you in India, by the way?
Yes, I'm in India. It's 9
So
PM.
what? 9 p.m. Okay, so
Yeah.
so normal time, because usually some of these matches are like 12 midnight or
Yeah, this is better.
No, this is perfect. But I know it's been a long day for you, so I'm going to let you get some rest. But thank you very much for joining us. And once again, congratulations in qualifying to the quarterfinals.
Thank you.
And there we can see Vaishali is through to the semi-finals. And she will be playing the winner between Alexandra Kosteniuk and Mai Nava. But no one can rest because we have another match coming up, Judith. And it is between 14-year-old Alice Lee against Sara Khadem, who now plays for Spain. Now, Sara has just been playing in the Women's Grand Prix in Tbilisi, so she's working herself back into shape. And of course, 14-year-old teenagers, they're dangerous.
Oh yeah, when they are 14 and focusing, concentrating on chess and very dedicated, of course she has great future and opportunities, possibilities. So I'm always interested when they are really young. Early teenage years, how they can develop and what goals they set for themselves. And Well, they are the future anyway.
They certainly are the future. Alice Lee, just 14 years old, and she's already a two-time US Girls Champion, American Cup winner. So definitely a bright future ahead of her. And she's playing against the formidable Sara Khadem. It's one of the strongest women players in the world. We're going to go on a short break. But when we come back, more of the action to come.
How fast are the fastest chess players in the world? Bullet chess is a wildly popular format, with hundreds of thousands of games played daily on Chess.com. Players have a total of just 1 minute to play all of their moves. Hikaru Nakamura has the highest bullet chess rating ever achieved on the platform and is a 4-time bullet chess champion. On average, he spends just 0.8 of a second on a move, one of the fastest cadences in the world, all while playing better quality moves than most of us can with hours on the clock. Despite his fast speed, Hikaru rarely pre-moves, doing so only 15% of the time overall, and 36% of the time when under 20 seconds. Daniel Naroditsky has more bullet games than any other titled player on Chess.com, a mind-boggling 141,000 games. He takes just 1/100th of a second more than Hikaru overall, but when in a time scramble, he's pre-moving almost 10% more. While bullet chess is fast, Hyperbullet is even faster. Players just have 30 seconds total for the game. Andrew Tang, generally considered the fastest mouse in chess, just won Chess.com's first ever Hyperbullet championship. He's actually slightly slower overall than other top players, with an average move time of 0.9 of a second. But in a time scramble, his anticipation is unreal, as he pre-moves more than half of his moves. If you want to be a bullet chess legend, you are going to have to be a master of split-second decisions. Good moves are great, but what matters is often how fast you can get them on the board.
I was banned for foreplay without any reason.
I don't think foreplay means what you think it means.
I was trying to think of a chess word that was even closely related to that, and the best I could come up with was prophylaxis.
Chess.com appeal, not cheated, default, GPT 3.5, user, write to appeal message that I have not cheated on Chess.com, chat GPT, subject, appeal for fair play on Chess.com.
Oh my gosh.
Templated responses, are similar to me as templated chess games, right? Using engines, like, own up to the decisions you made or the mistakes you made. Give us a candid response, and our team does read these messages and are pretty receptive to folks that are forthcoming. So you basically told on yourself. That's what you did with that the GPT response.
Or at least get better at copying and pasting and remove that it came from ChatGPT in the future.
Yeah, I mean, you said the quiet part out loud, basically, in the way you delivered that message. What are we doing? So, you gotta, again, do better.
Eat your with ketchup. Happy New Year, stupid Chess.com.
There are a few things we have to run with there. So first of all, you took the time to wrote that. You did that. We just got to acknowledge that you took the time to do that. So shout out to you. Secondly, I love the holiday spirit embedded in that. Like, it did remind me of Home Alone and Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. That was the vibe it was on, but like chess wise. And then Yeah, I mean, you did that. You did that. So, you know, hopefully you're ringing in the new year, or you rang in the new year well. And, you know, 2024 has gone a little bit better than evidently 23 did on our site.
We can't even see Yifan anymore. We just see her hands. Whoa! Bishop takes e4. That's her calculation mode. That was nuts.
Who really wanted with me? I'm at the top, that's 1, not 2 or 3.
If there is no...
Oh, she blundered a piece! Oh my gosh.
Such a 4, rook d4.
This is speed chess.
Yes, anything can happen.
All I do is win and look good from the top. Let's go. I am unstoppable.
What a streak.
Knight takes g7. Oh my gosh. Karina's unstoppable right now.
This is her 7th win in a row.
I don't have a limit, I'm just getting started. I am unstoppable, ask anybody.
Oh, Queen H1 mate. Unstoppable mate on H1.
We will see knight e6. She saw it.
I just be making the plays. Get money too and I'm winning the race. Pick out the base.
Oh, she pre-moved king f7.
Queen is done.
1 second, she's got to move.
Oh no.
No way.
Go. Pick up the base. Pick up the base.
Hello and welcome back, because it's matchup number 2 in the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. We have been entertained with our first match. It has been absolutely incredible. And once again, for those viewers just joining us, I'm your host, International Master Ivanka Hauska, and it's been an absolute delight to be doing the commentary alongside the best woman chess player that ever lived, Grandmaster Judith Polgar. Judith, we've been spoiled with excitement, but we have a second match on the horizon between Alice Lee and Sara Khadem. What do you expect from this one?
I don't know. I want to see, because it's a huge clash between the junior and the different generations, as Sara is already there for quite a few years in the elite of the women's chess. So it's very exciting always to see the battle of generations for me.
It certainly is. 14-year-old Alice Lee. She has so many titles to her name. She's like 2-time US Girls Champion, and she's also American Cup winner. But let's remind ourselves of the format, because this is a single elimination bracket. It means you basically need to win every single match if you want to progress to the next stage. Loser gets knocked out. It started as a 16-player field. 2 players did qualify via Titles Tuesdays, 4 qualified via the play-ins, and 10 players have been directly invited. Amongst them, Alice Lee and Sara Khadem, and there we can see the 2 players ready for action. We have Alice on the left and Sara on the right. And as you mentioned, it is definitely youth against experience. Sara, she's a great blitz player, but Alice, she's young. They're excellent at calculation. It feels like they were born with calculation as an innate ability. And I can already see from my screen that we are off with the 5-minute plus 1 second portion. So we're going to have 45 minutes of this time control, and then time gets slashed to 3 minutes. And then finally, everything's going to be decided by bullet.
Yes, we see a reverse Grimfold. That's what I see. And they are playing very fast, almost as if it would be a bullet game. B3. Yes. Wow, very strange decision by white. Unusual to go. Usually you go c4 and try to break the center, right? So black has a very strong center there with the pawns on d5, e5. So b3 and bishop b2 is definitely not challenging black's opening preparation.
No, it certainly isn't. And now she's going e3, playing to restrain these pawns. Unusual approach there from Alice. And already Sara will be feeling very comfortable, because as you mentioned, black has the center. Not often you're given that with the black pieces. h6.
I don't know if h6 was necessary.
Mm-hmm.
Because maybe already I would consider to play e4, playing knight d4, knight d5, bringing the pieces. So if black is slow and white can play rook d1, rook c1, c4, then it could be just okay. But let's see, h3 is a must.
Yep.
Provocation. Come, play g4.
Judith, I like
No,
it.
I don't want to play g4. I'm just saying it's Sara is provoking because white has to move away with the queen if she doesn't want to go g4 because e4 is just right there winning a piece.
Yeah.
So white played e4.
Yes. But at the same time, that kind of concedes control over the d4 square. But decision, there's a lot of tension in the center. Now, I know the engine. The engine's probably going to be like, just go d4, take the space, get going. But actually, now I think about it. Yeah, now I think about it, pawn takes pawn isn't a threat because black can just go e4 themselves. So why not?
You know what would be a great move if it would be legal? f5 with black. But I like your legal move of knight d4.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, Sara already just asking questions of the young teenager. And there we see bishop takes knight g4. Ooh.
You see, provocation.
Yeah, but how are you going to deal with this tension against e4?
e5, and then bishop would take on c2. Okay, so knight d4, d takes e4, but that g4 gives so many weaknesses, especially that white has no black square bishop. Exactly. So you have several ways of trying to reach that. Knight c4, very logical to trying to get rid of the d6 bishop. At the same time, the f4 square is very tempting for black to regroup his knight. But you might as well keep your bishop and only later on to go knight d5. Why to give up the bishop? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, but still this is looking really promising because now the knight comes into f4, no questions asked.
But knight on b5. Knight on b5 is very badly placed.
Yes.
Rook
it's
d8.
Completely offside.
Rook d3.
Yeah, I would go rook d8.
A6. Look at that. A6 is possible also. Though after knight c3, queen f4.
Yes,
so
knight
obvious.
c3. Queen. Okay, maybe we quickly put this on the board. That queen takes c3 is a nice little tactic, but unfortunately queen takes f4 is good enough. Let me refresh. Oops, they let me loose on the board. Hang on, I can go like this and get back to this one. Okay, hang on, there you go.
Okay. So knight d4, rook d8, rook d1. Okay. So maybe it's about time to play knight d3 for black.
Actually, can you? Oh, it's the same. It's the same business, right? If you take the knight,
yeah, d4.
Then this knight on f4 is hanging. So rook to d6. Well, it's tempting, right? Double on the d line. But yeah.
Yes, I mean, black pushed back the knight from b5 to e2 all the way, which was not necessary at all. So now white is kind of trying to recover.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is
I think
really
there white
interesting
had a better move. I think white
Yeah,
had a better move there.
I was looking at moves like f4, try to...
Me too. And I think that was a good saving.
But
here
okay,
white
now
is...
here...
Queen b6 I like, because if queen e2, queen d4 would be very strong, dominating the position. Here white has some chance. Rook e1, counterplays.
Yeah, it's got eyeballing the e4 pawn. Still some chances, right? You can go queen e3, you can go queen
Absolutely.
a5.
White is very much recovering, and don't forget that it's possible to play queen e3 and then f4, because the queen on e7 is, or now f4. Maybe it's too much, but something, well, I don't see why the rook on the second row would be decisive.
Well, f4 would be a very, very gutsy move.
Yeah,
But-
probably queen h4 there. that can be the problem. And queen e3, rook b3.
Yes. Yeah. There would be some tactics there. You don't want to allow the queen to
This
come
is
sniffing
dangerous,
around
I
h4.
think. It's dangerous.
Yeah.
You leave the f2 pawn vulnerable. Maybe. Oh, I don't know. But it's.
Well, queen e5 makes a lot of sense because, as you say, queen takes b7 isn't really possible because of queen f4 or queen
Or
d4.
queen c5.
Yes, queen c5, win a pawn and threaten on f2. So c6 played by Alice. Yeah, I'm nervous about this pawn on f2. I'm nervous about the fact that black has this e3 in the air just to crack open the position. Queen to d4 looks good. Rook f1, only move.
It looks very scary.
It certainly
I mean,
does.
e3, queen e8, queen e8. Oh.
Yep, that is a very
well, it's
important.
still not over,
check.
but I think white has to take queen e3, takes, rook b3.
Yeah. Well, maybe black has some chances based on attacking the a pawn. It's not.
Yeah, bishop d5 is a question, but takes on e3. Bishop f7. No, I think it's unpleasant for white. But king f2 maybe is the best. And after rook a3, bishop c6. So white is kind of holding.
Yeah. But Alice
That's
just
important.
45 seconds. And we've seen the clock play such an important factor in this speed chess championship.
Sara plays very fast.
Yeah. And
and she
decisions
played
were made.
bishop d5. Oy.
Oh, and she played rook e4. I was expecting her to take on h3 and go after the g4 pawn.
Can white play rook f5? But I'm not sure. Takes, g6, takes. Yeah, maybe it's a
Would
draw.
you do it with 20 seconds left on the clock?
Well, I don't know. I mean, rook a7 is safer. It's safer.
Yeah, and this
And
is
I
a
think
nice
it's a
move,
draw
h4.
anyway. Or this
Yeah,
is a draw. b7, why rook b7? Why not just king f2?
I wonder whether she can just throw in some checks though. Rook a2, ask the king
But
where it's going to go.
why would you let the king up? King g3, king f4.
Yeah. The thing is though, a5 running with the pawn.
Yeah, king h7. h5 is possible also. No, of course, this was the right choice instead of rook f5. This is the practical choice. You know that the position is draw, so you have to go this way.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And Alice just has to dance with the king between g2 and h2 if Sara ever goes a2. So now maybe Sara will start running with her king towards... Okay, hang on a second.
Okay, takes, and it's a dead draw now. Because even if white would have
No, now the king can run. The king can run.
Hold on. But what do you mean? Rook a5 check?
Yes, and now you can't. And
now
I
you
think
can't
this
take
king,
because king b4.
You can go a2 and then go to king b3. Okay, now this, and according to the evaluation bar, this is a draw, but I think it was just simply to go a2 and then run. Because this king is so badly placed on g2, you can kind of cut it off on d3. Okay, now it's fine.
No, now
Alice is not in any danger.
Well, still it could go wrong because, no, this is a dead draw now.
Totally. Yeah. No, the situation is if the white king were on g2, then you could go rook to b3 and you'd cut off the king. And here you see the g pawn. it's going to go all the way, and Sara will have to give up the rook for that pawn, and it was a complete draw. Wow. Well, there were some big moments there for Sara. She had a great position at the opening.
Yeah, she had a very, very, very good middle game position with weaknesses on for Alice, and even she got the great chances in the rook end game. But okay, we are into already the second game. Very solid, Slav, exchange Slav. So let's see what they are up to.
Yes, probably anti-teenager prep, right? No complications. Just take the game into a slight pull.
Psychological weapon.
Yeah. And interestingly enough, Alice goes for a fianchetto system as opposed to actually getting the light squared bishop out into the game. And this one seems to actually promise white a small advantage as opposed to a minuscule advantage.
Yeah. Yeah, making the fianchetto here, maybe it's not so good. I don't know these lines, I didn't play at all, but I know one thing, it's extremely solid. It goes so slowly, right?
It is a slow type of chess. Like it's a completely different type of chess to what we saw in the games between Elina and Vaishali. Here, it's all going to be about those small advantages and the fact that this battery is setting up against a6, and white is the one that's primed to take control over the c line. So this kind of gives, like, I would go rook c2, rook c1. Wait. Knight b1.
Maybe white will regroup knight b1. I just wanted to say knight b1 to f3, d to f3, e5.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. And you kind of keep in the pocket this pressure against a6. And there you see Alice gives ground. She concedes the c5 square, so knight to d2. Amazing.
Yeah, b5 to get... Well, she plays it in a tactical way, right? She wants to get space. But to get space and play b5, you have a very long-term problem, the c5 square. So once white goes knight f3, knight e5, pushing away the d7 knight from protecting the c5, then rook c5 will come.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting that she played b4. Why not to continue her plan with knight f3?
I'm not a big fan of b4 because one of the points of counterplay as black is that you can often go a6, a5 and crack open the a line. And here, actually, it seems to have worked out because Alice didn't go for that and instead allows Sara just to plant the knight on c5. And if I were Alice, I would be moving my queen out of the way, which I cannot do. I just realized. Queen to d6, let's go of the bishop. Oh no, they have rook takes rook.
Well, b4 was played because Sara wanted very much to go from this side with the knight, right? Knight b3 and c5. And if she would have played knight b3 immediately, rook c8, there would be no option for her to play knight c5. So she went the logical way to support her idea. My idea was to go on the other side with knight f3. But let's see how she can improve her position. It seems very positional.
Certainly does. And the problem for black is what to do. You can build all you like, and you've got a4 in your pocket whenever you want to. So queen to e1, I like. Maybe she's got ideas of going queen h4. And at the right time, queen takes knight.
No, it's interesting. I think the other way around. I don't want to go queen h4, but queen c1.
Ah. Well, I did have an idea as well that maybe g4 and set it up. Oh, there you go. There you see Sara do it. And then queen h4, checkmate on the h line.
Okay. Yeah, black can be in trouble.
Yeah, how to... You cannot stop, actually. This queen coming to h4, this rook swinging over. Wow, so Alice isn't huge. So yeah, so if you go rook c8 has to be played.
But why did she take on g4 so fast? Well, I mean, rook c8 maybe immediately, and after gh5, rook h8 would be still possible. But rook h2 now. Queen d8, queen g3. It could be queen d8. I mean, the bishop is hanging.
Yeah.
It's kind of... well, Sara played well. I mean, she played very logically, and she everything worked out the way she wanted.
Yep. And I'm expecting now rook takes rook, queen h4 in. Exactly. And it's just a nightmare. You have queen and knight, the fearsome duo, against queen and bishop. And this bishop on b7 is so bad. But Sara thinking she has all the time in the world. It's a different style of game, right? 29 moves been played, 3 minutes on the clock. And Sara really displaying a positional masterclass here. Oh.
Yeah, knight d7 I was thinking, but I don't like it because queen c7 and black gets counter chance. I don't know why she didn't play queen e7 first, and then game would be over.
Yeah.
Okay, she went back. Good.
But then now this knight can't move from c5. Whereas if the queen was on e7, this queen would be stuck there on b6. Now this queen is an
very
excellent
important squares
piece.
are covered by black now. Very important, the e7 and d8.
Yeah. Now we have a5. Alice desperately trying to open up a line. Yeah. You don't want to be going... You don't want to be trading off queens because this knight is just so much better than its counterpart. So instead you... Oops, that was me. Let me just refresh. They let me loose. They trusted in my technical abilities.
But now look at that.
Happen.
Black has counterplay chances. Look at that.
Yeah, totally.
I mean, Sara must be frustrated to let it happen.
Yeah. So f5 played. Oh, but Alice got plenty of time as well to calmly calculate whether White's king is going to be.
One check, and let's go from the back.
Right. So the only thing that I if I were Alice, I would be concerned about is how far do you check the king? Like, for instance, this white king, you could see it kind of traveling on the dark squares to pay a visit to its counterpart on g8. Okay. So Alice has to be a little bit careful, but it should be a draw.
Well, now it's a question what she plays. Bishop c4 is also possible.
Okay, king g3. I'm not sure about that check. I kind of like queen e1 stopping the white king from... maybe g takes f5 first. King g3. Be careful, Alice. There's only so much you want this king to start wandering.
Question is whether queen b4 is possible.
Yeah, I like this one, queen e2.
Yeah, to look for counter chances is a good thing.
Threaten the e3 pawn. Stop this white king from wandering. Maybe she has to queen f4, step back. But hang on a second.
So what happens if king f4? She won't king.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
But now it's queen e1.
Yeah, and now king g2.
Check.
King h3. Maybe king h3.
Well,
yeah, Alice, she takes her chances, and when she's given them, it's going to be a draw.
white king would like to be on e7. That's where it would be happy.
Okay, oh, Alice. Why did she take the pawn? And now the white king really can start running. King g4. Oh, this was
That's
unnecessary. Especially when you only have 20 seconds left.
But when you're young, you have all the self-confidence and you want to go for it.
That's true. But now I'm really
King
worried about
F4.
Alice's position. F6.
King F4.
King F4. Oh, I
to
like
checkmate.
F6. Exactly. Set up a mating net. And Queen A5. King H4.
Queen G2.
King H-
I would go Queen
Yeah.
G2.
Well, it doesn't matter because all paths lead to the G7 square. Queen G3. Yes, Sara is on the verge of winning this game. Alice, 2 seconds left. Queen, yeah, but now you can give a check. And that's it. The game is going to end in checkmate with Queen G7 and then Queen to G8 checkmate. So, yeah, disappointing loss from Alice because she fought back so well. But
Yes,
in the
but
end, she
she-
tried to play for more.
But to be honest, Sara deserved it, basically. Because she completely outplayed Alice. And only when it became so obvious if she would not miss Queen E7, she would just, as an example, great teaching game.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
And it's come to that time where we ask our chat, who do you think will win? Alice Lee or Sara Khadem? And we are going to ask, and hopefully chat will deliver and give us a verdict of what they expect or what they predict. What do you predict, Judith? Who's impressed you the most so far? It's early days, I know.
Yeah, it's not clear yet. I think Sara plays well. I mean, she has a clear. She's the clear favorite. She plays better chess, but when we talk about blitz, you can see that she misses her opportunities time to time. And if Alice is ready to grab them, then she has a chance to have a close fight.
Yes. And interesting that Alice has stepped up and changed to e4. I haven't seen Alice do too much of this. She's traditionally like a d4 player, very classical, but well, this is showing some specific preparation against Sara, who almost exclusively plays e4, e5 since she was a child. And here comes the result of the poll. We have Sara as the favorite. 62% think that she's going to win, whereas well, now it's actually gone up in Alice's favor. 41% now in favor of Alice. Still very much early days because we are still in the 5-minute plus 1 second time portion, and time is going to get slashed, and that's when we're going to separate what happens, whether there will be a clear favorite or not. Ooh, F3.
Yeah, F3 is interesting, completely blocking the power of the bishop on d5. And the black knight is still far away from f4, which would be the best square for it.
Interestingly enough, I see on the poll that the numbers are not quite stable, that Sara was on 60%, but now she's 55%. So a lot of Alice fans in the chat. And Alice, well, she's maneuvering her knights. I'm scared about these dark square weaknesses around the white king and the fact that Sara has so much space on the king side.
Well, let's see if f4 kind of move can work out sometimes for black. For now, it seems it's not losing any material for white because of knight g4, h5, and knight f2, and stabilizing for white. So that f4 can only come when it wins some material.
Yeah, but there's no pressure. So you can kind of do funny business like h5. Okay,
Also,
f4.
I would think, oh.
Now
Well,
h5.
positionally, it's very risky. Positionally, it's very risky because there is this square on e4 for white, for the white knight.
Can a black argue? Well, as in return, you also can deposit a knight on e3. And sure enough, knight moves to e7. Some calculation involved because queen takes pawn is now possible.
It's not possible to knight d5. And you have to move away queen d4 and then knight e3, attacking the queen and checkmate on g2. So for now, it's not possible.
Don't get greedy. So now, what is the answer then? Do you step back with this knight to e4? Queen comes to e4. Wow, well, isn't that inviting a piece to f5? And sure enough, knight to f5 is the best move on the position, and Sara finds it.
Oh yeah. Clear move. Next move, black would be playing queen g5 and then knight h4.
Yep, it looks amazing. It looks absolutely amazing there from Sara.
White will give a check on c4 and then occupy the e4 square with the knight. But black has this incredible outpost for the knight on e3. King h7. Very strange move. You will not play knight e3 for some time this way.
Yeah. Somehow yes. Okay, maybe it was designed to fight against queen c4 check, but then it is walking into a pin. Yeah, not a fan of that move. Knight takes b7. Wow.
Wow. This is possible. Yeah, actually, rook d2 was a good thing. And king on h7, I think it has several problems.
Yeah, the big point is that if you do put the knight on e3.
For example, no, and it's not only that, but if you go bishop b7 takes knight e3, white comes back queen e4.
Yes, that's exactly what I wanted to say there. Oh dear, you have to trade off queens again. Yeah, the king on h7. It's never a good idea to self-pin. So, hang on. And now you can go e4. Maybe e4 is the answer. Give everything. Oh, look.
And after knight e4?
After knight e4, it was just to go knight to e3 and then just say compensation. Queen to g5.
But rook is on d2, so there is no big deal. White can go rook e1, for example.
Yeah, rook e1.
And then you go knight h4, knight d1. I protect the g2.
Yeah, and then the whole... And in fact, Alice plays it, but knight to e3, that's what I would be doing.
Knight d1.
Knight d1.
Knight d1.
Yeah, but she goes rook to d6. Sara is just pretending that she hasn't lost a pawn. Just keep the game alive. And then rook to g6. Okay. That's not so bad. Asking questions. Queen. This knight belongs on e4.
Maybe d4 is possible now, you know? d4 and knight d3.
And put pressure on against e5. Yeah. But to go on the counter-attack when black is clearly threatening rook to g6, it's gutsy, and Alice plays it. I like it. I think that X is very harsh, Judith. I think d4 is a good move. I don't like this because I associate X with the noise. It's wrong. But okay, knight to d3. Knight d3 now, as Judith mentioned, cover g2 with the rook. And now Alice is well on the way to stealing the e5 pawn. And with that, black's attack just disappears. So many moves. Knight takes f5, knight takes f4. I can't see a single way.
Unpleasant. Actually, you know what? Knight e5 now. Isn't it possible?
Yes. That's
95.
a beautiful
94.
shot.
Knight f7.
Well, should we show the shot? Okay, whilst we're thinking, because the whole thing, knight takes, knight f7.
It doesn't work.
Oh.
But
Yes.
why doesn't it work?
King h7, knight takes queen, knight takes knight.
Because knight takes the knight f3. Oh.
Oh. But it was
So
a
this is
beautiful
a trap.
idea, Judith.
Trap.
Yeah, and instead of knight to g3, instead of knight takes pawn, queen to d5, e4, queen takes queen, rook takes queen.
Knight f4.
Yeah.
And f takes e4 works too.
Mm-hmm. And Alice looking like she's going to bounce back, and 12 minutes remaining. Somehow this particular set of games feel a lot slower. It almost feels like classical chess.
Well, after the bullet portion we had in the previous match, yes, indeed.
Yeah, maybe it's just me.
As
After we
Katarina
retreated-
Laknos told me when I was interviewing her the other day, that yes, this 5 minutes was so slow. And of course, compared to a bullet, it's a classical game.
Yeah. It does feel like, both sides have all the time in the world. Knight takes h4, okay, but Alice, she is playing ruthless chess, and the players might be on 19 seconds. And this is beautiful shot there from Alice. Rook takes g2, and she picks up the c7 pawn. But do you think Sara can drum up some chances?
I'm sure she can. I mean, it's tricky, when you have these rooks
Rookage
on the second rank, pushing
Yeah.
h4, h3. It's not so
Yeah.
easy, I understand, but
Knight g3.
check.
Yeah,
Well,
but the problem is
it's queen. It's queen in the next move.
Yeah. And there we see resignation there from Sara, and Alice does level the match, and now Sara employing d4, and this time it's a Nimzo from Alice. No exchange Slav.
But this game can be the last game from the 5 minutes ones, or we have one more. Probably.
Yep, absolutely. 10 minutes remaining, Judith. And knight to
Yep.
e2. C takes d5. And yeah,
Let's
I'm
see
kind
how-
of expecting bishop takes bishop, and then, just
Queen
prepare
C8.
c4. Yeah, queen
Queen
c8
C8.
probably has to be played. But hang on a second. I always kind of obsess with c4, but isn't one of the other plans to go f3, e4?
Yes, but after f3, I think queen c6. Rook queen is hanging. Sorry, the knight is hanging there. Of course, the knight is not well placed over there. On a6, it has to be regrouped eventually. But the time is the question.
Yeah, and both players playing very quickly. And okay, so queen b7, keeping an eye on the e4 square. So you knight g3, be insistent. Rook b1. Okay, I'm not sure about this move. I remember doing some commentary with Yasser, and he was telling us that the rook belongs on a2, so it can swing over once e4 has been achieved.
Yeah, but now rook b1 a5 made a lot of sense, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, it also very much depends how much time you have to execute those things.
That's true.
I like this.
Yes, I also think this is a lot more comfortable for white, sorry. But okay, Alice needs to do something about this knight on a6. Don't let it live there. Find a new home for it.
She will. She starts moving it to b8 or c7.
That's exactly what happens. And
yeah, she'll play queen c6, knight bd7.
Setting up pin.
a6.
Yeah. Knight c6.
I'm not so much impressed by queen a6. There was a threat of knight a7, so white protected the queen. Maybe oh no, v6 is hanging.
Yeah, that's why she went knight to d7, but e4 I cannot resist any longer. But okay, so bishop to e1 chosen. What's the idea? Now Alice has done jump in. Now's the times. But then what does the e4 achieve? Not much. Okay, e4 on the board. Wow. Aha, I'm just reading the chat. Play it like Nepo. Just push the kingside pawns. Indeed. That's sometimes my philosophy. Push, push, push. See how far you can go. And now, okay, knight c4. The queen must move.
Knight is on c4.
Big threat on the board. Sara has to be careful. Drops the
They
knight.
play pretty fast, both of them.
They do. And we're already 25 moves in. But I can tell you, 6 minutes remaining in this portion. But it feels like Alice has a nice stranglehold on the light squares. Like you can see a knight coming into e5. Maybe there's going to be some breaks coming up. b5. Okay. Alice
What's
using
the pawn
tactics.
takes? Knight a3.
Knight a3, forking the two rooks. But bishop h4, attacking this rook on d8. So rook e8.
The knight on c1 is not very promising, I must say. So it would be about time for white to try to look for a better place.
Well, maybe we might even see a repetition. The bishop comes back. And maybe we might even see a second game. Nope. Queen e2. Sara's heeding your words of advice, getting ready to move the knight to d3.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, e5. Let's go. And Sara, taking her time.
Well, now of course the c3 is hanging. The e4 will be attacked by queen c6, for example. So black wants to force things, I believe.
Yeah, what do you think about this move? This is very clever by Alice. e5, knight increasing the tension towards e5.
I like knight d3.
I like it too, but rook e8 worries me. Rook e8 and pile on the pressure. I haven't quite assessed whether d5 is going to be okay. Oh, hang on a second. Things are getting critical here because white's pawns are very mobile. They can start doing some serious damage. So Alice must be very, very careful right now.
Yeah, suddenly it's a very nice pawn structure for white. The pawns are ready to be pushed.
Yeah, this is nice. Knight's headed for d5. I also quite like just doing nothing as well. Okay, d5. Sara marching forward. Alice just over the minute, but there's a significant time difference between the pair. Sara with 1.5 minutes extra on the clock.
Yeah, that's an important part of this game. But now what is important most is that there was a very big change in the center, and now suddenly White has an incredible outpost for his knight on c6. And suddenly Black's position is getting more vulnerable.
Yeah, I'd also forgotten about the dynamic potential of the rooks coming in as well. And Alice, she's playing good moves though. But it's not easy to play an opponent who just keeps on bashing out those moves instantaneously. So now for Sara, I mean, is knight c6 something? I'm kind of curious whether Black could throw in an a knight, not necessarily that one, to e5, or should just go rook e8 and start targeting this pawn on e4. But you got to take that decision with only 25 seconds left on the clock. And yeah, she puts a knight on e5. I like this move from Alice. Even if it comes at the cost of a pawn, this knight on c6 had a serious annoyance power.
That's for sure. That's for sure. The question is how it will be. G takes f3, rook d8, and then maybe White takes on b5. White can be safety with the bishop.
Oh, she dropped a knight. She dropped the knight on c4. Whoa. Oh no.
Oops.
Big blunder there from Alice. Oh.
That was unpleasant.
Just when she was finding all the right moves.
White could have played simply e5.
Yeah. And now there's no checks. So yeah, Sara, rook c3, being ruthless. And we only have 53 seconds left of this time portion. Maybe it's a good idea for Alice just to resign this game, begin a new one. Get a new chance.
Well, it's not clear what time control is their favorite, right? I mean, with 5 minutes, you can have a serious game. With 3, it's already very tricky. And bullet is about concentration, intuition.
Yeah, but we've seen Sara play so quickly. Like right now, she's nurturing a 1-minute lead over her opponent. And she doesn't make massive blunders either. So here, Alice threatening h4. So nice move there from Sara. I would just go h4. Stop Black from ever pushing this pawn. Maybe she can even go here. But somehow you kind of want to keep the second rank under control.
Well, you have to go h4 or...
Yeah, you can hide your king. You can hide your king on h3, and you always have these ideas.
Instead of h4.
And yeah, this is definitely going to be the last game that they play because the time has run out with the 5 minute 1 second time bonus, and now Sara just has to consolidate her extra piece. So queen to e3 again. It's not so easy, and Sara now down to 12 seconds on the clock. Queen f4, queen... Oi, oi, oi! Judith! She dropped the e4 pawn.
Well, if she will drop the d5 pawn also, then it's not clear at all if she's going to win it. No. Oh, wow. What a save by Alice.
Totally. Okay. Oh, no, but she can simply trade off rooks, and there we're going to see a trade of pawns. And Alice saves it, and there you can see the smile from Alice and Sara, she's disappointed because she had that point in the bag after Alice blundered a piece, and that means that there we can see it is completely level, 2.5 points apiece. There we see Alice on our screens. I think that's a periodic table that she has behind her that just reinforces how young Alice is, just 14 years old. Judith, time is going to get shortened. What do you make of their chances?
Well, it's incredibly interesting that we are having equal the match right now, 2.5. And the last game was the last two games were kind of messy, and I think both of the games are influencing the players in different ways. But definitely Sara, I think, cannot be very happy with the outcome of the first portion of the match.
Yes, definitely. There have been missed opportunities. There have been some roller coaster swings. But in the end, well, it's going to come down to nerves, speed, and how to hold your composure, because time is going to get shortened. And the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. We're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere, because when we come back, well, we are going to go to the 3 minutes plus 1 second. Oh my God, it's going to be intense. See you there.
Alice, welcome back.
Thank you. It's great to be back.
It's super fun to have you because every time we have you, we're celebrating something. Last time, I believe it was your IM title. A couple times ago, it was your IM norm, but you're moving on now. You just earned your first gold medal with the women's team. We sometimes call it the senior women's team. It's not a slight to the women. I'm just saying your first time representing USA in a non-junior capacity. So anyway, welcome back from Poland. And congratulations on your gold medal.
Yeah, thank you.
And for those of you that don't know what it means to win an individual gold in a team tournament, it basically means that Alice had the highest performance rating of anyone on board one. So my first thing I want to ask you about, when we last talked with you a few weeks ago, you said you might play board 2, but you ended up playing board 1. So did you lose a bet with Malik Kashian, the captain, or tell us how that went down?
Yeah, so I was expecting to play board 2. I guess like when I went there, I was mentally prepared to be playing on board 2. But then, so we arrived the day of the opening ceremony, and so that like we had a team meeting, and then she's like, "You're playing board 1." So I was like, okay. I mean, I wasn't really prepared to be on board 1, but also I didn't do too much after preparation for board 2. So I was like, I can be board 1 if you want me to.
I know you were cleaning up. You had like 3.5 out of 4. I don't have all your scores memorized, but you beat a world champion. You drew another former world champion. You're playing mostly GMs. Did it surprise you how well you were doing against all these GMs?
Yeah, I mean, so for me, I wasn't expecting too much. I wasn't thinking about the results, especially since it was more of a team event. We might get knocked out. But for me to have such great results, it was just really nice because there were a lot of games where I thought I would end up drawing, but I managed to like squeeze something out of nothing and win. So yeah, I was really happy with myself.
Cool. And it was played in a rapid time control most of the games. Do you feel like you excel at rapid?
I mean, I have had some good results in rapid, like at the Pro Chess League this year, and I mean, I think for rapid time control, at least I've had some experience playing against really strong players, so I think for this tournament I came in slightly more prepared, especially since like I've played some really strong players in rapid, and I was playing them also at this tournament.
We just got started, so I'll let you know.
And the rebounder, Richardson. Still an opportunity with a minute to play.
We are back with the 3+1 portion, and here we see Alice Lee, just 14 years old. And whilst we wait for the games to begin, well, first we are going to catch up with Alice, because before the event we asked her, is she a Taylor Swiftie fan? Let's have a listen.
No, I didn't have the opportunity to, both because I guess she's been doing the Eras tour for a while, but I think when she was in Minneapolis last summer, I was in a tournament, so I wasn't able to go. But yeah, also the tickets are kind of expensive, so that's the unfortunate effect of her being so popular.
Yes, there we see Alice. She is indeed a Swiftie, and yeah, maybe Taylor will visit Minneapolis soon, and maybe Alice will have the chance to see her pop singing icon. Now, there we see Sara and Alice nodding her head, getting ready. I just love the background of the chemistry table. Brought back memories for me of being in school. What about you, Julius?
Well, I was homeschooled, so I don't remember going to school really. Only for very few days I visited.
Yeah. But incidentally, Alice is also homeschooled as well. So she's more or less kind of a full-time professional, as well as dabbling in some schoolwork. But of course, she takes school seriously. And there we see Sara, a veteran who's been, not really a veteran, but a different generation from Alice. And okay, there we see the games have begun. Time has been slashed. It's now 3+1. And Alice, she goes back to her tried and tested d4.
Let's see how fast the players are going to be in this portion of the match, 3 versus 3 minutes. It's interesting that during the game, they were more or less balanced in time, unless someone had a very bad position and they used their time. Yeah. Interesting that Alice likes this b3, bishop b2 in all kind of different setup with white, the fianchetto.
It's also kind of interesting that it's a kind of quieter approach that normally I would expect. Yeah?
Sorry. No, I just don't like to give away the square of f4 for white. I mean, for me, that's not the right way of putting my bishop on b2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I completely agree with you. Black doesn't have any problems whatsoever. And on top of that, white has the long-term problem of this isolated pawn on d4. But there you go. Alice is good with those knights. Knight comes into e5. Would you hold on to the bishop pair with bishop e8, or would you just kind of go, development is key?
I'm not so crazy to keep that bishop, but it's important that there was a threat by white capturing the bishop and the knight on d5 and knight b6. So that is something black should be looking after, but I think it's a pretty balanced game. Black is completely fine.
Indeed. But these positions are so dynamic, though, because one always has to be reminded that this bishop is pointing at h7, and this knight does have this amazing square on e5. Now, and there you can see it jumps right in. And other things that I've seen, or I've had, what have I said seen? I've had done to me is then white just goes h4 and just advances the h pawn as far as it can go.
At some point, it is possible, indeed. So now black has a dilemma whether what should be she playing. Queen c7, for example, put pressure over the e5 knight, and then rook c1 probably. Yeah, queen d6 is completely possible.
Rook c1, I like.
Yeah, the problem is for white if you simplify the position and let's say you start exchanging, then white can also get in trouble if there is no energy dynamics in the position left. Let's say knight takes on c6, black queen would take it, and then you have two bishop pair, but it's not more than that. Now this simplification takes, and then queen takes e5. But black has such a wonderful knight on d5 that black has no problem at all. Well, bishop e5, interesting. The question is queen a3 is possible or not?
That is the first move that comes to mind. And indeed, Sara decides to test Alice and indeed goes for it. Now f6 is the only way to stop this checkmate. So queen takes e6. Maybe... now suddenly I'm not that comfortable with the black pieces. This knight on d5 is not secure. This king on h7, not great either. A very sharp position already now.
Indeed, it looks more dangerous for black. At the same time, I don't know what is the best play for white, whether should white play bishop d4, but black will be capturing the b3 pawn. I think that's the idea. And this pawn structure, having the pawn on f6 and g7, from one point of view, it can be very dangerous for black. Like, for example, here queen b4 is not possible to rook a4. So if a rook can be included into attack for white, then it can be very dangerous for black. But I think black is doing very good moves. Queen e7, very good move, forcing the queen to move to f5 or h3 to give it check. King g8. And basically black has safety in the position. And after bishop moves to g3, let's say already knight c3 can be considered by black. And even knight e2 capturing the bishop on g3. Queen f7 also very fine. Though maybe I would go knight c3. It depends whether you want to simplify. I mean, maybe Sara wants to keep the game going.
Yes. It's...
as much as possible.
Right, but she's handled this portion really well, because it felt like she was in danger, and now Sara can just go knight c6, anchor the knight on that square, and no problems whatsoever. In fact, white must be careful to defend the b3 pawn, and that's why Alice plays b4. Now takes... Oi, 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 oi! I forgot about this. Nice idea. f4 trapping the bishop, so you have to play this queen there. Oh, hitting the rook and the pawn.
At the same time, black is playing also risky a bit.
Yeah,
okay,
but this is really nice because then after the trade, what we're going to see is queen and knight combo against queen and bishop. And queen and bishop can only work on the dark squares. The queen and knight can work on every single color of the board. Two.
Yes.
Let's not be too dramatic here. It's not like there's a whole rainbow of squares.
But this is a pawn. I know, because f4 is there.
Yeah, knight to g6, king h7. Yeah.
Interesting. What's the aim of black? Where to put his knight? Her knight.
Okay.
But now queen b7. No, something did not go right for black, I think. What is this?
What is happening here? King h7? Oh, it's
strange that she just gave up the pawns.
It's just time travel, I think. 15 seconds. Anything happens at this level.
Okay, knight g4 can be... I would have played f3, I think.
Mm-hmm. Oops. Oh, no. And there we see Sara Khadem. In the end, it was just checkmate. Oh, massive slip up there from Alice.
With a pawn up.
Dropped her bishop there. Just one moment of carelessness.
Yeah. When you have seconds on the clock, it can happen.
Anything can happen. Right. And here, Alice,
important
maybe she'll make
victory.
a bounce back. Definitely. And
very important victory for Sara.
There we see Sara put the bishop in e5, planting in the middle. Yeah, she's going to try and maintain it. But Alice, she is the queen of comebacks. I do remember her making some amazing comebacks in the American Cup against Arena Crush. So she's got good nerves. And there we see a5, a3. And now White has to make good use of these knights. Knight e2. I'm expecting a knight to kind of maneuver itself to f4, rook to c1, maybe queen c2.
Well,
these type of chess.
Well, for White, it's a pity that she cannot go knight e5, knight c4, f4 because the e3 pawn is hanging. Otherwise, it would be a nice way of strengthening the position.
Yeah. And, well, here comes knight c4.
Maybe bishop c4.
And then
bishop c4.
a4. Nice move from Alice. Sara.
Interesting. Interesting.
I guess you have to take. Bishop a6.
Well, yeah, you can wait. Keeping the tension, it's good. The only thing is that after bishop a6, if knight goes knight g3, f5, that can be unpleasant.
And we're probably going to see that right now. Which way to capture? Decision time for Alice. She captures the d pawn. Ooh. Yeah.
Queen e6. I like move king e6.
Okay, but no.
G6. Aren't you afraid knight g6 is coming?
I'm very afraid, and I'm sure that's the first thing that Sara is calculating, whether she can just... Well, at least she's got a draw at the end of that one.
I think without thinking, I would just capture it. I mean, you get 3 pawns anyway, and then look around. I understand that... Okay, it's there.
Yeah. And
not good.
Okay.
Not
according to the computer.
Maybe
but the computer
was...
plays... Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. Computer plays perfect chess. We don't play such perfect chess. It's all about practical chances. And here, I like your kind of reasoning. You get 3 pawns. This is complicated. I just need a rook. White just needs to magically transport a rook onto the h-line and done and dusted.
Only that. That's all, yeah? We are really realistic. Yeah, it's not so easy to get there.
No, absolutely. No, that's true. And okay, oh, and then we have a draw by repetition. Yeah, okay. Now it's Alice's turn with the white pieces. And
yeah, Sara is very solid, yeah? She has the advantage.
Yes.
She goes for a draw, no problem. Next game. Interesting decision.
But it's only a 1-point advantage. And again, anything can happen, especially when we reach bullet stage where time is just completely obscenely short. So there we see knight d7, knight c3, I think is the main move.
Yeah. Yeah, but don't forget that the advantage extra point, it could be easily equalized, or even there was a chance that Sara was in trouble. I mean, that was a very big luck for Sara that Alice just went for the self-checkmate.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
In that line, in that game with queen and bishop and queen and knight endgame.
Yep, and the knight's beautifully centralizing the rooks. It's solid position for black, but it just requires a whole lot of maneuvering to get this piece into the game. But b5, nice idea there from Alice.
Well, I played quite a few games where Karpov played the Catalan. He was an expert in that. And it's not an easy opening. It's a very complex opening. Also, for example, this, whether white has the pawn on e4 or he doesn't play e4. I mean, very complicated ideas. But here black seems to have a great position, I believe. I mean, white cannot capture on a4. Somehow white is behind in time.
Yeah, I mean, but how to get a3 from Alice?
Why not to save the pawn, especially when it's an extra?
Yep, I agree
b4.
with you. And by the way, 16 minutes and 27 seconds of this time remaining. Bishop b4. How to see? I'm such a materialist that if I were black, I would be so happy with this position. And with white, I would be nervous.
There is your pawn. Right?
Yeah, exactly. I just want it back.
Well, I mean, the bishop on e8 cannot be very proud of itself. So it's not necessarily the situation that it's...
Yes, but it does a
Maybe
good
just-
job at defending c6. And there we see some more trades.
Yeah,
and I can
single
see a
b5.
life for it. And there you see Alice, she's playing some great chess, challenging this d4 pawn.
I like e5.
It's a beautiful move, isn't it? Destabilizing this knight on c5, preventing white from ever going e5 themselves. I mean, again, questions to Alice. Knight a6.
c5, don't you think so? Just wins on the spot. You cannot
And-
take with the knight because bishop c5 after rook b2. This is possible. And bishop
That's a
b5
beautiful
is coming. Oh!
breakout move. That this is just as poetic.
Wow.
I told you, this bishop on e8, it had potential.
Eventually, it's going to be the power of the position, yeah?
Yeah. And now c5. Cement this bishop on b4.
But still, c5 was much better there.
Yes. But
And
it's
this
very
is far from
difficult to...
over.
But when you see rook takes a6, it's very difficult to kind of look at other kind of very concrete lines. So queen to c7, pressure against e5. I mean, these pawns, they are coming. That's just the question for Sara. How can she coordinate them? f4, I don't see.
I'm afraid there is no other option for white. It's not that I would like to play f4. I'm not happy. c4 you push, yeah?
Yeah, this is what I'm worried about. c4.
It's scary.
And you can't take on d4. So rook c2. Okay, grab. Sorry. Grab on e5.
With the queen.
This This rook on d1 is so bad. How to kind of establish a fortress. So, okay, I'm thinking put the queen on c6, king g2, wait. But Alice goes for queen c4, establishing a blockade, but Sara, she's good.
I would have just played a4. I just wanted to play a4, a3 to start with, and then look for opportunity to exchange.
Oh, well, she's got plenty of motive to push these pawns. I also quite like this idea of h5, just for fun.
This is what you think it's funny to play h5? Really? That's what you want, h5? You should play the h4.
Yeah.
So a4 already. No, d3, d2. No need for h5.
c4.
Well, it's not easy
C3.
also to be in a winning position, right? You can always go wrong. And it may happen. We've seen it before.
Yeah.
But it's difficult to go wrong here, right?
And then d2 comes. And there we see Sara win. And she moves to 4.5 points. She extends her lead 2 points over Alice Lee. So Alice with the black pieces. She needs to bounce back. Just 11 minutes and 45 seconds remaining in this 3+1 portion. And there we see bishop f1.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of a little bit, the situation is that experience is better than the young talent. Because, for example, with the draw in the previous game, it was kind of an experience decision.
Yes, it was. I'm also impressed by how quickly Sara is playing and how well worked out her opening scene. Perhaps this is kind of a result of all the preparation she made for the Grand Prix that she recently just played. And in fact, I remember seeing an interview where she said she felt like she needed more rounds because she was playing herself back into form. And here she's the pawn up. Very comfortable pawn up.
Well, indeed.
Yep.
It's interesting if you look at it. There was this special game with the pawn up and self-mated by herself, Alice. And since then she collapsed. So I'm very curious whether which part of the match she can bounce back.
Yeah. Well, for the time being, she does have some compensation based on this potential of this bishop on a8. And also, white will have to do something in order to mobilize the extra piece. So there are some drawing chances. Alice mustn't lose hope just yet, but okay, rook c5 looks good.
Yeah.
Maybe speaking too soon. Queen a3. And I'm impressed by how little time Sara is using and how she's just playing great moves.
It's interesting. She likes to, she likes to exchange queens.
Seems to be her game plan. Okay, now there's some danger here. I know the evaluation bar has gone all the way up for white, but there's definite potential based on this. Bishop takes knight. But unfortunately, there's no good discovered. There's no good discovered.
H4, H5. Actually, it was kind of unexpected for me, h4, h5. Why does white need that? Rook d5? Isn't that a pawn? Not really. Queen of b6.
Yeah, well now This knight is on breeze. Queen e5. She's bullying Alice with an exchange of queens. But bishop takes f3.
I think so. There is some good chance.
And played.
Yeah,
How to
that pawn
defend.
falls off.
You were right, Judith. Rook c5. Decision time. Would you take on c5 or would you just step back with the rook? Rook g5. Yeah, this is nice. Drive the king. Or bishop to g2 maybe is the only
Yeah,
move.
you're not happy
Keep the
usually
king.
to give the opportunity for a passed pawn. At the same time, to give away the pawn, it's also not funny.
Yeah, it's difficult to hold on to the h pawn, isn't it?
Yeah, because after bishop b5, knight f5, and whenever bishop e8, knight d6.
Yep. And if you go f4, king takes knight f5 check.
Well, this is going to be a draw. Unless black wants to play for something.
And she should, because the momentum is on her side. Okay, so e4.
e4 I don't understand, to be honest. To give away the f4 square? Wow. Well, maybe she goes d5. d5, f5.
Now she probably has to go bishop d3. She has to reel it in a little bit. Knight f4 and just accept that it was once upon a time she was winning, but not anymore.
Okay. How does white want to progress? If king h6, king g7.
I think you don't. Time
Well,
to just accept.
e5. But yeah, maybe it's better to accept.
After all, Sara does have a comfortable 2-point lead, so better just to... There we see knight to h5. Alice is the one that doesn't want the draw. Tricky. Tricky move. How's the knight going to get back in time to cover this pawn? Now d6. Just push on.
And e5, bishop b3 wins.
Yeah. And now just move your king anywhere.
Well, very unfortunate.
And then this is the point. King f6,
E5.
e5. It's a beautiful distraction of the black king. Oh, Alice. She should just simply accept the position that is in front of her. She managed to get a drawing position. Yeah.
King h2. Funny move.
Yeah, now, yes, and there we see Alice resigns and Sara extends her lead to 5.5 points to Alice's 2.5 points. And there we see Alice, she's adopting e4, e5 again. And now it's the bishop's opening.
Well, let's see if Alice can bounce back. It's getting very, very tough for her. I mean, this last game, it was very upsetting. Waste of a half a point.
Totally.
Completely. And of course, in a match, it's like a point in a tournament.
It completely is. And the players do have just 3 minutes and 50 seconds remaining at this time control, which does indicate that this is going to be the last game. And then Alice is going to have to hedge all her bets on bullet chess. And we've seen Sara play so quickly. She has her openings so well worked out. And there we see Queen e4 from Alice. I'm a little bit worried about this knight on b1. It should be in the game.
Yeah.
Queen g5.
I mean, I think black can just go f5, being active.
Ooh.
Queen g5
Yes.
also interesting. But okay, f5,
Yeah.
queen e3. So maybe
Was going the whole hog. Yeah, and now Sara's coming forward. It's very unpleasant to meet. I don't know. Bishop f5, knight. Okay, okay.
you can also take
pawn.
and queen d3.
Yeah,
Just
when
make
she's
it
done that.
easy.
Force white to go f3 because otherwise black is going to use the f pawn like a wrecking ball. Oh, this knight on b1, it needs to be in the game.
But I think after f3, black can maybe just take on h3 and rook e8. Maybe I'm exaggerating, but it's kind of a move to try it out for the fun of it, which she didn't. She wants to win the match, rather.
Yeah, but she can kind of do it in a controlled way. Okay, rook f5. We've seen this pattern before, so I'm expecting bishop d7. Bishop d7 maybe. Just don't put the king on h7. We've seen...
That's a kind of slowly regrouping, I think.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, somehow I felt like this bishop really needs to get into the game. Somehow to involve this rook.
The question is, the b7 pawn cannot be taken. Bishop d5, trapping the queen. That's important.
But now she plays c4, setting up the
Rook
threat.
d8.
Rook f2.
What does... Yeah, okay.
c6, keeping it rock solid.
Rook e1, bishop c8.
Maybe rook f6. Yeah, that's what she plays. Oh, can I not grab? Okay, and she does. She grabs on c4.
A beautiful knight on e4. That's all white has.
But it has come at the cost of a pawn.
But it's
So now-
crazy because next move bishop d5. Black is just having a pawn up.
Well,
And after this game, the bullet
but
comes.
hang on. Yes. Yeah, we have 15 seconds. Yeah, you're completely right. It's going to be bullet. Both players are going to have to sharpen their tools, get ready, because play is going to develop at lightning pace. And I love the pressure against this knight on e4.
Well,
Six
white
and a
has
half
to move.
points to 2.5.
But
Do you think
then-
you can manage to catch up a 4-point lead in bullet?
Well, if you can catch up a 4-point lead, it's in bullet.
Okay. But it's still not for certain that Sara will win this. Okay, it is now. Oh, rook h1, deadly threat. The only way to cover that is you have to go g4. Then she does it.
She looks it.
Where's the
Okay,
checkmate?
she's still alive. So f takes
Okay.
she goes. I thought she takes f takes g3.
I thought that too. Well, I thought there was some kind of... You know, I kind of wanted to do some threatens of winning the queen on the second rank. Maybe... Okay, well
But that
now
was the
Alice is... Oh no, Alice is going to turn this around, Judith. It's... Oh, queen e6. Oh!
That's how she's winning.
And queen f5 followed by rook to d8. Oh my goodness.
That was a painful one.
Alice. She struck back. Wow, what a game. And here, there's nothing black can do to get her king out of trouble. And so Sara resigns and Alice manages to just narrow the gap to 2 points. So it's 5.5 points against 3.5 points. And there we see the players, see the disappointment on Sara's face, and Alice, she gives a sigh of relief because she knows that she was lost in that last game. But wow, what a match it's been so far, Judith. It's Bullet. What do you think's gonna happen?
Wow, what's going to happen? That now Alice is very happy and she knows that she has a chance to win the match. This is what happens in her mind, I believe. And Sara is very disappointed. So a few minutes break for them. It's needed for both of them to recover and somehow get a better, more stable mindset. But I think Alice should think that this way that it's only 2 points behind, she might get back. I mean, she's going to be playing fast. And if, let's say, she wins the first game of the Bullet, then Sara can be nervous and make unnecessary mistakes, like in the last game.
Absolutely, Judith. It's still anyone's match. 2 points is definitely a gap that Alice can narrow. Now, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, it is going to be the Bullet portion of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. The players need to readjust, refocus, because play is going to develop at lightning pace. Oh my God. It is going to be so awesome. You don't want to miss it, because when we come back, we'll find out who is the next quarterfinalist.
How fast are the fastest chess players in the world? Bullet chess is a wildly popular format, with hundreds of thousands of games played daily on Chess.com. Players have a total of just 1 minute to play all of their moves. Hikaru Nakamura has the highest bullet chess rating ever achieved on the platform and is a 4-time bullet chess champion. On average, he spends just 8/10 of a second on a move, one of the fastest cadences in the world, all while playing better quality moves than most of us can with hours on the clock. Despite his fast speed, Hikaru rarely pre-moves, doing so only 15% of the time overall, and 36% of the time when under 20 seconds. Daniel Naroditsky has more bullet games than any other titled player on Chess.com, a mind-boggling 141,000 games. He takes just 1/100th of a second more than Hikaru overall, but when in a time scramble, he's pre-moving almost 10% more. While bullet chess is fast, Hyperbullet is even faster. Players just have 30 seconds total for the game. Andrew Tang, generally considered the fastest mouse in chess, just won Chess.com's first ever Hyperbullet championship. He's actually slightly slower overall than other top players, with an average move time of 9/10 of a second. But in a time scramble, his anticipation is unreal, as he pre-moves more than half of his moves. If you want to be a bullet chess legend, you are going to have to be a master of split-second decisions. Good moves are great, but what matters is often how fast you can get them on the board.
Could you imagine overcoming an autoimmune disease to win a World Chess Championship? Grandmaster Valentina Gunina earned a championship crown, all while facing lupus, a disease that causes inflammation and fatigue. With Gunina's energy affected, it turned out that the quicker blitz format was perfect. But against a field of top players all fighting for the crown, the odds were stacked against her. That's when Gunina made a statement, scoring an impressive 14 points out of 17. And winning her second World Blitz Championship. Gunina said this following her victory.
Вот, но бывает, что меня вообще выключает. Я все боялась, что, то есть может выключить на день, и я все боялась, что это как бы может случиться на шахматном турнире, но на самом деле на шахматном турнире или на сборах такого не бывает, потому что как бы тоже отвлечение, оно как бы действует.
With no signs of slowing down, Gunina has shown the world her strength.
This summer, millions of people flocked to Paris for the Olympics. But this year's greatest sports spectacle has yet to begin in the legendary city. You already know what I'm talking about, the 2024 Speed Chess Championship. After an epic summer battle of the world's greatest speed chess superstars, only 4 finalists have survived the gauntlet. Magnus, Hans, Hikaru, and Alireza have made it to Paris.
Book your ticket now for arena-side viewing, live commentary, immersive pop-up booths, and more. Level up your ticket to gold, platinum, or diamond to unlock special event gift boxes, a VIP lounge, and player meet and greets.
Hurry before the clock runs out.
The bullet portion of the final match of the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship. But something else that we are eagerly anticipating is the Speed Chess Championship Finals, because tickets for this year's SCC Finals in Paris are officially on sale. For the first time ever, you are invited to join the Speed Chess Championship's 4 finalists, Magnus, Hikaru, Alireza, and Hans, as they compete in person for the crown. Tickets are selling fast, including the exclusive Watch Party Silver Weekend Pass, which gets you into the venue for all 3 days of action, plus streamer booths, merch access, and live commentary with our expert team. So head to go.chess.com/SCC tickets or use !TIX, that's TIX, in chat to book your seat at the historic finals. Wow, that certainly is going to be an amazing event in Paris of all places. But something that is nearly as spectacular is this bullet portion between Alice Lee, just 14 years old, and Sara Khadem. We see Sara with a 2-point advantage, but when you only have 1 minute plus 1 second time bonus, anything can and will happen. And I'm just waiting for my game. That's a different game. There you go. Judith, play is about to begin. We see the players, Alice and Sara, nervously waiting. And for Alice, she knows that if she does not regain 2 points, that's it. She is out of the competition. How do you handle such nerves?
You try your best. I think it's you're kind of on an autopilot mode, so it's all about intuition and just focus and try not to blunder. That's already a huge thing, especially in this bullet format.
Absolutely. Blunder check is key. And there we see that Sara, she adopts really classical, very, I wouldn't say quiet formation against Alice's setup. But on the other hand, if Alice doesn't know what she's doing, there's a lot of potential for Alice to go wrong. And look at this, knight to a5 on the side of the board. Don't quite like this, especially because white has potential for this bishop to be a nuisance. Sorry. Let me highlight my arrows there.
Yes, these are interesting type of positions, because it seems like, especially a few moves earlier, that white has a weak pawn on c4, but actually white can be very active. She has the bishop pair, so it can be something very unpleasant for black. For example, now bishop b4 or bishop b4.
Now we can take on c4.
c4.
That's
exactly.
Drop a pawn, and it's all
blunder.
Exactly, she's lost control. And now this rook on b5, which was looking so good, is completely misplaced. And it's initiative Alice. Oh,
things are happening very fast.
Absolutely. And Sara keeping the momentum going, but pushes e4. Yeah, but Alice is...
It's a blunder.
Clear
A5.
Extra pawn. b5.
Bishop.
And now the bishop falls. Yeah. Maybe time to throw in the towel and...
No, go all the way.
But there's only have 15 minutes of bullet. Perhaps it's better to to take your chances. But there we see Alice just notching up another pawn. A piece is a piece. Alice is quick.
Look at that knight on f5 someday. The problem is there are more problems on the second draw.
This is an issue. And now f2 will fall.
Cooked. Over.
Yep. And
now there is nothing to play for. No stalemate ideas, but many problems.
Yep. Yes, I agree. And okay, big threat of rook takes knight, of course. Alice sees that, rook d2, and Alice just playing so quickly and confidently. Moving the rook, she can do anything really. It all works out. And this is also good enough. King goes up to g6. And now the g3 pawn will fall.
Interesting that white is still playing on.
Well, she won't now. And there we see Alice wins the first bullet game and closes the gap. Just 1 point separates the pair. And now Alice is playing white and she goes for knight f3. Very quiet system. And now we saw her go for b3. Now, no. She challenges with c4. This is the right approach.
They are playing very fast, really. They barely spend any seconds. They're just flashing out their moves. Again, we see a similar pawn structure as before.
Yeah, but now white has incredible bishop pair and pressure down the b line. Rook b1. You have to go. Oof.
White has a beautiful position. Bishop on d5 will be centralized.
Yeah, queen b5. Attack the knight. Attack the pawn. Also good enough. Now how are you going to defend this?
Ooh. Rook c1.
Okay.
Why not bishop d5?
Bishop d5 would have been a nice pattern just to keep the knight on a5 locked out. But okay, this is still very, very nice for white. Move the bishop back to b4. Okay, but Sara's still fighting. Oh, now she grabs. But maybe she grabbed at the wrong time.
Only pawn down, yeah?
Yeah. This bishop is nicely anchored. Yes, it is a pawn, but I think
it's not so easy to.
Down.
It's not so easy to convert it into victory, and there is a big need for Alice to have the victory in this game because then she's equalizing.
a5. Hang on a second. Is there bishop takes a5 and then
rook c5?
Bishop takes bishop and then rook to d8?
Yeah, but rook d5 and queen c6 pinned.
Ah, okay. Not so easy.
Look at that. She took back the pawn.
She did.
The problem is that the bishop on the black square bishop for black, it's... but okay, now maybe Sara is just saving it without too much of a problem.
The rook is coming down to c2. So Alice...
Exactly. Wow. Yeah. What a save.
Totally. But she's not out of the woods yet because e4 is hanging. And now white is going to bring the king. Still, oh no, I'm not sure. Black is still in huge trouble. The rook on e5 is so passive. Time to activate it. Maybe move the rook. That's it. 17 seconds. And black has terrible pawn structure. A4, yeah.
But
maybe
black will just stay like this.
But white can probably march the king towards the center and then try some rook b7. Okay.
Back.
E4! Oh, and she blundered a rook. Oh my goodness. And Alice Lee wins. And there you can see the match is tied. That was a catastrophic blunder there from Sara as she carelessly captured a pawn, allowing a fork. Wow.
Yeah. So now the match is absolutely open. And we have 7 minutes to go from the bullet.
Yeah. And Sara, she has to recover. She's lost 3 games in a row now. And 3 in really heartbreaking ways as well. So they're A5. I mean, she has to just stop the tilt. Maybe just get a draw in. She's got the white pieces. The momentum is for sure on Alice's side. C takes D5, rook C1, knight C5.
B4. Takes B4.
Yeah.
So it's better to play knight C5. Takes, rook C6, knight F3.
And then we see the arrow indicating B4 was the way to go.
Oh, yeah, and bishop D3. Look at that blunder.
Oh, no. And Alice, she's just taking control. Okay, queen A1 is the only move that I can see. And then you can kind of try to cement your bishop on D4 and maybe some funny business with knight to E5.
After knight H5, you can take on G7 and knight E5. And black cannot take on C4. C5 because takes a knight D7, knight F6. Maybe that wasn't. But maybe queen C3. But
and
here...
This is not easy, Judith, with this pawn on C5 being protected. And now this bishop laser focus on this pawn on E6. Oh, no. G4, anyone's game.
Well, I would still bet on Alice. More time, more seconds, and more pieces.
That's true, but looking at the momentum of the game, be careful. Queen H6 in the air, so the king to G7. Oh! Whoops! Sara establishing a pin. I told you, anyone's game. And now I'm expecting moves like H3. Just crack open the king side whilst this queen is offside on C6. 16 seconds. And sure enough, okay, queen to G5.
G5, game over.
Yeah.
Wow, what ups and downs. Crazy.
Well, still not over. If Alice can get the queens traded off, well, anything can maybe still happen with 12 seconds.
I would not trade queens there.
No, I wouldn't have either. But I think this is also good enough.
Deadly winning, but still.
Yeah. And Sara.
Wow.
She was the recipient of some luck in this game. And there you go. She takes the lead, 6.5 points, 1 to 5.5 points. And now Alice's turn to be white. And we have 3 minutes and 42 seconds remaining in the match. Oh, so nerve-wracking.
Well, it was very much on the edge for Sara the last game, so she was incredible to gain back the lead.
Yep. She was just completely material down, lost at one point, but she kept on fighting and turned it around in the last seconds. Okay, E5. Okay, but now this is looking very comfortable for white. Got control over the D line extra space. This bishop on b2 is targeting e5, and I say that and it moves to c1, but this is also really nice with the idea of g4, g5 at the right time. Great play from Alice, and using hardly any time. Yep.
And knight d5 shows up.
This is lovely.
Well, there's a good chance white wins the game, equalizes the match, and then the last game will be of the 1 minute portion. Though it's look at that, h5 pawn is gone. Oops.
Yes, it is oops, and now it is advantage Sara. Okay. You have to take the pawn. No, she goes bishop to c7. Bishop takes. And yes, this king and pawn ending is easily winning because the pawns are too far apart for the white king to hold them off. That's why there is no trade of bishops, but h5, g5, and then b5 is going to come. Yes, one passed pawn has been created. Another one will emerge on the king side. And 1 minute and 36 seconds remaining in the match, Judith. If Sara wins this,
then the match is over.
The match is over. There you see h4. Wow.
Yep.
So maybe it's now time to resign for Alice. No, okay, 1 minute.
It's too late.
No, it's not. It's too late.
It's too late to resign.
Yeah. Okay, but maybe she
Bishop
no,
A1.
c2.
Bishop g5. Why didn't you play bishop g5 before?
Okay, maybe now king to g4. No, nothing to be done. Yeah, and the white king makes... Oh, hang on a second! Oh, Judith! It's a draw! She allowed the king to g5. Oh my goodness, which means we have... And there, Sara cannot believe it. We have one more game remaining. 19 seconds left of play. And it all comes down to this. And Sara, you can see the frustration on her face. That was such an unnecessary move by her.
So there is a winning on demand for Alice. She has to win to equalize the match, and then the playoff comes. Very solid game. Sara wants to be very much on the safe side. No risk taking, no nothing, playing fast, symmetrical position. But as we've seen, anything can happen in any position.
Absolutely.
Bishop a6.
Rook f2. How does one recover mentally from that draw? Because you're so close to not just winning, but also winning the match, moving forward to the quarterfinals. And now you're going to have to play again. Okay, Alice is in a must-win situation, but still, Sara is probably going to be fuming with herself. Queen e1.
Probably no time to worry because everything is happening so fast.
Mm-hmm.
You can blame yourself and be upset about the ups and downs after the match. Exactly. I mean, from this point of view, I think it's much better that they play upright. Game finishes immediately, start next time.
Yeah.
There's really
but
no
A5.
time for it.
A5, I didn't understand A5. That just gifted black a pawn. And there was no need to do that whatsoever. And now we see bishop to d4, both sides even on the clock. Oh, hang on, bishop b6. Wasn't bishop b6 good? But
Peace.
And now queen c6. No, rook takes g2.
No, rook g2, rook e2, rook e2 also wins, but rook g2 probably.
Oh. Alice is doing it. She is going to win this. Now, she's just a piece up.
Rook G2. Ah.
Yep.
Okay.
It's good enough.
Pawn push is not bad.
And Sara, she's kicking herself. And Alice, A2 is all over. Alice has got the win. And there we see the match is tied. For the first time, we are going to see playoffs. Whoa. Sara was a whisker of winning this whole match. But in the end, some critical mistakes cost her. And now we are going to see what we've never seen before, a playoff. And if that is still tied, then it's going to be decided by Armageddon. So this is what happens. We'll have 4 games of 1 minute plus 1 second. And do bear in mind, the players will swap colors each game. And if the match is still tied after these 4 games, Armageddon time, where the players bid for the times to choose colors. Yeah. You can see the irritation on Sara's face, but she probably should have just got up, let out a scream, and then got back to the board and readjusted, because it's difficult. This is completely random now. 1 minute plus 1 second.
So we have no change in the opening so far. Again. Bishop d7, no, rook d1, very classical line.
Totally, e4. We've seen this before, right? White gets the center at the cost of a pawn, and knight c3, very nice. d5 though is the big break. Okay, queen takes. But this has worked out well in Sara's favor. She has a great bishop on d5. The knight is jumping to the b4 square. There it comes. c6 is a move I would play.
Black could have taken on f3 and captured the d4. Things are happening so fast. I mean, look at that. They are just really blitzing out. They barely spend time.
Yeah.
They play so fast, and we are already in the middle of the game. They spent like nearly 15 seconds both. Black has a wonderful game.
Yeah, Black has a pressure against d4. Also a brilliant knight there on b4.
Exactly.
But still, White has chances.
I would rather play it with Black.
Me too. But I can see Black going wrong. Hang on a second. Bishop takes pawn is in the air.
But then, yeah. I mean, Black is pushing it.
Well, who's pushing who? Because maybe White wants to go g4, g5, and that's why queen to d8 happened. Oh, we've seen this. Queen and knight against queen and bishop. Now, the knights, queen b8, check, king h7.
Queen a7 and queen a7.
Ah. Okay, well, knight c2.
Oops.
Let's get on. Knight c2, queen e8, check. Still, queen e8. Yeah. 19 seconds. This knight sits pretty on b4.
Yeah, but the question is whether who will blunder. White will blunder some kind of knight c2 and grabs the pawn on d4. That's a problem. Otherwise, probably it's a draw. Nobody has to blunder.
Well, now the queens are traded off.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not sure who that favoured, to be honest.
No, Well, if
F5.
black king can come to d6, c5, of course, bishop goes all the way to attack the white square pawns.
Now the king comes marching in. Knight c2. Maybe you can go
Okay.
knight t... And there you see a draw.
Finally a draw.
Tense game there. Okay. Sara with the white pieces. And there we
So
see
let's
queen
see
card
if
accepted.
it can be decisive.
Very quick response there from c4. Do they normally go b4 in this type of situation? But okay, we see a trade. And yeah, this is the problem. How are you going to defend c4? Bishop d2. Now knight b takes d2. Isn't this the same position we had last time?
I think so. I think so. And I just don't understand it. I mean, what is this? It's a pawn down.
Yeah. It makes
it's
no
not
sense.
funny with black at all.
And definitely not easy to play when you just have a minute on the clock. So knight comes to e5.
F3. Here rook b2, queen b2.
It's just a comfortable pawn up. I don't get it. Well, you can't trade off queens. She does. Yeah, f3, lovely move, covering both e4 and g4. Knight c4.
I think, well, of course, knight e5. Okay, black is fighting. Eventually e4 comes.
But such a strange choice. Yeah, I still can't get over that you voluntarily go into a position where you're just a pawn down.
I don't think she wanted to. It just happened again.
Again?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but now you see.
It cannot be given. I mean, what's the point to give a pawn? I think she just ended up again in some trouble.
Okay, well now, hang on a second.
Rook h1. No.
No, rook h1 drops the bishop,
no,
so
it's
maybe
gone.
rook takes rook. But
e5.
This is not so... Oh, this is lovely defense there from Alice. e5. Okay, now this one.
Not so easy, suddenly.
Yeah, how are you going to get through on the dark squares?
Suddenly it's not so easy, because the pawn structure gives great defensive options for black.
Yeah, it just sits there. Oh,
E6, F6 I don't like.
No, because it was like so
I didn't
harmonious.
understand.
Yeah.
Well, maybe this can also be, I don't know.
A king to g5
And then king g5 and d6. But you're wrong corner. Hold on. Wrong corner. What is this bishop e4? What? Yeah. What?
No, but now... No. He's... Hang on. How does this work? Hang on a second. Is there bishop...
Zugzwang. That's the problem.
Yes. Oh.
Wow. So she took the lead again.
Okay.
Sara
That's
took
Alice's
the lead.
time.
Whew.
It's been the tales of the unexpected so far. And here it does look like things are very comfortable for Alice. She just needs to centralize the rooks, rook c1, rook d1, and ask questions of the queen. And 2 games remaining in this playoff. And do remember that if the match is still tied after these remaining games, then everything is going to be decided by Armageddon.
Mm-hmm.
This is the closest match we've had by far in the Women's Speed Chess Championship. Knight c5, knight b3, yeah, maximum pressure. And Alice playing very quickly.
But I'm not sure that knight c5 will give anything to white. So after knight c5, bc5, the d4 square will be a great outpost for the bishop.
There are some pins, like for instance, you do threaten queen a6 at the right time. But one has to be doing, okay, now you have to take. And now there's pressure against c5. I like the way Alice is playing this. Now rook c1, bishop f1, simple and logical. Okay, bishop takes pawn. What am I missing? Bishop takes pawn. Nothing.
Okay, one extra pawn.
Yeah. But
Alice may equalize.
I think she will. Sara is a pawn down with the unsafe king. This is a nice move to defend. You should not be capturing that rook. Instead, rook c7, queen,
Queen c5.
Oi, oi, oi. Oi, what's happening here? Can you not take
b4.
and then go...
Yeah. No,
but you could take and go rook to b3 and play the rook pawn
b3, b3.
Okay, rook f6.
b4.
b4. And, yep.
Game over.
Gonna be a nice comeback from Alice.
I'll go h4 and then rook d5, rook h5.
Yeah, but what's happening here? Queen f1, big threat on the board.
You know what was
Queen
the
F1.
thing? There was a stalemate when she played rook d5.
Ah. Well, that would have been beautiful. That was, wow. Alice wins, levels the match.
Wow.
And once again, everything is tied. Everything will hinge on this game. My goodness me.
Or the next one.
Sara.
If this will be a draw, then there is an Armageddon. Or whoever wins this wins the match.
Exactly. And the players really must be feeling it right now. Their nerves have been pushed to the limit in every respect. Queen to f3. I'm not sure they will sleep soundly tonight. King takes.
Well, it looks like very drawish this game.
Yeah.
Not much to happen. Well, black is a little bit have the
how do you
upper
defend
hand.
the a pawn?
What is this? What?
How do you defend it? You got
going
rook takes
on?
a3.
But takes, and then you have a check, and then you have counterplay.
Well, we're seeing it. Oh, okay, I was expecting
This?
take and then a rook to g8 check at the end of it. Rook takes e7. That's a must. Nice.
But there is a
move
pin.
from
There is a
Sara.
pin.
Yep. But you can simply go rook to b6. Okay, b5. And then...
But everything takes and rook a7.
Yeah. Well, Judith, we are in for a treat.
Yeah.
Because if this is a draw...
You never know. Anything can happen. But indeed, we are getting very close for Armageddon. They both have enough seconds, so it shouldn't go wrong.
Yeah, well, hang on a second. e5, threatening e6, king f8. Yeah, I don't know about this e5 pawn move. If you check recklessly, then the king might come up.
King g5.
King e8. Maybe move the rook. Okay, throw in a check. Okay, careful, careful. Oh, Sara is the one playing for more. She plays to establish an outside pass pawn. Yeah, you're right, Judith.
She really tries.
H6.
She could take rook c4 and try to trap. Fall into
Okay,
the
but
trap.
now we're in drawing territory here. This is it. And we're going to see the players just agree a draw by repeating moves. And we get the first Women's Speed Chess Championship Armageddon. Oh, it's been insane so far. Look at the players' reactions. Well, they're going to have a few minutes just to recover, just to come up with a last-minute game plan, because everything is going to hinge on this one game. Judith, my goodness me, it has been phenomenally exciting. What do you think we can expect with Armageddon? Because here you're going to see the players, they're going to bid for the time, for the opportunity to choose a color. So it means that if you bid on a low time, you're able to choose white or black, and your opponent will start with the original 5 minutes. And do remember, there is no increment per move. What you see on the clock is what you get, but black does have draw odds. And on that note, on that very intense note, Judith, I think it's time for us to catch our breaths, maybe grab a cup of tea, a cup of coffee, and get ready to take a break, because when we come back, it's going to be one final intense Armageddon game.
Let's go.
This international master fled Iran after choosing not to compete with a hijab. On December 26, 2022, at the World Rapid event in Kazakhstan, Sara Khadem calculated a difficult move, one that could result in her arrest. Khadem decided to remove her hijab to protest the death of Mahsa Amini, an Iranian woman who died in custody after being arrested for wearing a hijab incorrectly. This was not a decision she took lightly. Iran is her home, and she hopes to be able to return one day. But Khadem has never been one to stray away from what she believes is right. At just age 8, she medaled in the U12 World Championship. Rather than receiving praise for her accomplishments, she was critiqued by a teacher for using her intelligence on chess rather than other pursuits. This didn't deter Khadem, who had a stunning upward trajectory in chess. However, her rise was about to hit a block. In 2019, Khadem decided to publicly support the number 6 player in the world, Alireza Firouzja's decision to switch federations from Iran to France.
So I think being in Europe will make things a bit easier, as you know, the traveling is a lot easier here.
Her decision to speak out against this wasn't taken too kindly, and the young player was pulled from an upcoming tournament. Soon after, Khadem made the decision to step down from the Iranian national chess team to protest a recent action of her government. This and the global coronavirus pandemic halted her promising career, and for a while, Khadem stopped playing chess altogether. But nothing would keep her down. After choosing not to wear a hijab in late 2022 at the World Rapid event, Khadem was left in exile. Despite loving and having ties to her country, she could not return for fear of arrest.
Playing in Almaty, there were many things going on in Iran.
She now lives in Spain with her family, where she's the number 1 female player. In January of 2023, the president of Spain, Pedro Sanchez, commended her actions and bravery on Twitter. She continues to compete and inspire those around her with her bravery, skill, and moving story. In the future, she hopes to become a grandmaster, play online, and stream her games, something she hasn't had the freedom to do in the past. In an interview with a Spanish newspaper, Khadem said, "For me, freedom is the ability to be ourselves. It doesn't mean that everyone can do whatever they want, but having that right without harming others is an essential necessity of life."
We are back for the final game. It's an Armageddon between Sara Khadem and Alice Lee. Who is going to win? Who is going to make it into the quarterfinals and face off against Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun? Well, we will find out soon. But in the meantime, one game is going to decide it all. Judith, have you ever played Armageddon before?
Oh yeah, I've played when, let's say in the 90s, the rapid tournaments came into fashion. Knockout rapid tournaments. We played 2 games, and then if it was 1-1, then we played I think 2 blitz games, and after that, if it's 1-1, then it was the Armageddon. But there were always a lot of debates on the time control, whether you pick white or black. So there were players had very clear vision who does it favor and what it is, but a lot of debates.
And on that subject, the bids are in. Sara Khadem bids 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Alice Lee went for 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Alice has chosen the black pieces, which means that she gets draw odds and Sara is in a must-win situation. Oi, oi, oi. And which color would you have preferred to play, black or white?
I think it was depending on who I was playing with, but we had different time control, like 6-5 or 4 against 5. So it's there were big debates who has the advantage. But let's face it, generally speaking, it's all about this 2 minutes focus.
Yeah, absolutely. And the players, they've had some time to think, and the game, it is off. Let's ride Judith. Sorry, it's been a long day.
Let's see how they're battling it out. Very fast.
Yep. And Sara goes for this bishop b2. And yes, different formation. And I'm glad to see Alice hasn't taken on c4 and gone for that particular line. And here we go. Trade on d5. Knight d4. Isn't this an idea? Stick a knight onto f5. Or is he going to queen c2, castle queenside? Will we see something like that?
I don't. Knight d4 seems to be the move for me, but we have short castle. Disappointment, right?
Yeah, I when I mentioned queen c2, I suddenly had flashbacks into some of my games and some of the top grandmasters game where they go queen c2, g4, let's go. And here, knight to d4, knight's eyeballing the f5 square. That's something that Alice will need to bear in mind. And in terms of the clock situation, there is no increment as mentioned. So what you see is what you get. And it's very, very important. F4.
I wanted to say F4.
There.
Yeah, to play bishop f3, knight e2, g4. I mean, just go sharp, unexpected. I mean, basically, Sara has to win on demand. No question about it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, she has to go hard. She has to, or she's going to go home. So I kind of liked your idea of going for a very ambitious g4. Maybe now is the time. Just do it, and have no regrets.
B4 maybe.
Yeah, b4 is also an option. But she rerouted the bishop, the right of the knight to clear the path for the bishop. Now g4. Come on.
But I think that the big thing is also that they were playing like how many games? Like 8 games or 9 games with or 10 games with Bullet. And now they're back. So now they must be shocked to have so much time. I mean, look at how much time they have. So it's very difficult for finally we have g4 on the board.
Are we not entertained, Judith? There is a knight g3.
Go g5. Yes. Go for it.
Come on. Let's go. Okay. Well,
show the experience is better than the talented
d3.
Alice.
I love this move.
The very aggressive one, right?
Yeah, because the queen can swing over to g2 and then let's go. And there, it's actually really difficult for Alice to do something in this position, because if she ever goes d4, well, that invites e4, queen to g2, queen to g2. And now what does Alice have to do? b5, c4. Okay, that's what she does. And now it is forward time for Sara. She pushes the g pawn. Oh,
isn't that the pawn on d5?
that is a pawn. It is a pawn.
But maybe it was not the best, yeah? Maybe the attack was better.
It felt that way, like somehow she could get knight f5, knight h6, and let's get going. But, okay. A pawn is a pawn, but she mustn't spend too much time because she does not get any bonus time per move. And now, oh, queen to b7. No, I don't like that.
Knight d5, and white queen can get in trouble.
These pawns, they are so weak. And Alice plays rook to c7. No, move the queen anywhere. I would go queen to g2 because I'm nervous. Queen to g2 and set up this idea. Oh, and Sara, she's brave. Queen a6. Still keeping contact with the knight on b6 so that queen takes d3 is not possible. But still such a brave move because the knight is invited into the center.
Yeah, actually queen a6 may be a good move because how can black defend the b5? The only way is to play c4 or b4.
Yeah.
Or knight d5, trying to look for counter chances, but maybe knight d5 actually.
And do remember, Alice has draw odds in this game. So if it's a draw, Alice will go through to the quarterfinals. And Sara, go fourth. F for forward. That would be my recommendation. Sara's in a must-win situation. Moves the queen to b5. Also good enough. But what to do now? Are you worried about rook takes a2?
Absolutely. It's not something I'm happy to give up. Maybe rook e2, and after rook a2, bishop f6 is possible.
Yep.
Trying to win some material. So rook e2 is kind of setting up a trap.
Well, this is also viable, right? Rook takes a2.
It's possible. Why not? Rook a2, bishop d4 maybe?
Yeah, or maybe rook f2, rook d2. Something covers this bishop. You do not want... I was thinking about bishop d4, but I was worried about queen a8 business. And then rook takes e3.
Yeah.
Maybe... Okay, Sara's got less time on the clock.
Well, there is an option to go queen c2 also, maybe. Though I understand that you would not like to get into the pin.
Yeah, well, Sara can't burn up all her time. She does play queen c2.
I don't like that move, actually. I just hate to put my queen into a pin, but maybe, yeah.
Yeah, knight d5. Threats against e3. Sara's position could spiral out of control here. So, knight to
Alice is playing very actively.
Oh, queen b1. Okay, it's
queen g2, knight
understandable.
h6 was your idea.
Yes, I have been wanting that for a long time. But okay, queen to b1, understandable. Oh, be careful.
Ooh.
So many possibilities. Time to protect this g2 square. And
Suddenly
46 seconds. Sara
tricky things are in there.
Needs to speed up. She needs to have good instincts here. Alice, 1 minute and 3 seconds.
I don't know, maybe just knight c3. Wow, rook a7.
Yeah, this is certainly a classic. Establishing a new pin. Queen c1. The queen is completely deadlocked here. Queen to...
Well,
and remember...
takes on f2, queen d5.
Knight d4. Cover b3. Okay, rook b2.
Queen
Fine.
f3.
Oh no, look at the clocks. Sara's no time, 26 seconds.
Oh, look at that, rook b3.
Yeah, she takes it. Yeah, but the queen is snaking in.
There is no
Lovely
attack. There
move.
is this awful king. And black has the passed pawn.
And white has no time. Rook to g3. That's it.
Oops.
Yep, and there you see Alice Lee. She wins the Armageddon game. And she goes through to the quarterfinals, where she will be facing Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun. What a match. Both players pushed to their limits, and it was all decided by Armageddon. And there we can see Sara Khadem. What a fighter. She came so close to winning, but in the end, Alice Lee and her defensive resourcefulness, she manages to make it through. And there we see the final score. It was incredibly close. Wow, Judith. Wow.
Yeah,
no
it
words
was.
from me here.
Yeah, it was unbelievable to see them being so close head to head. Basically, then Sara had 3 points ahead in the three together, the second portion. There she had an opportunity to win and take a 4-point lead. And then instead of ruining to a draw, she lost that game and basically lost 1 point. And there was only 2 points lead when we entered into the bullet. She lost one game after another, and it was very difficult for her to stand up. And, incredible fighting spirit by Alice.
Absolutely. And on that note, we are going to take a short break whilst we set up an interview with the 14-year-old Alice Lee, our new qualifier into the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship.
So I'm currently a high school student. I'm going into my sophomore year, so it's December right now, and school doesn't start for another month, so I do get a bit of break time. But I guess for what I study, it's just mostly just taking classes. I'm doing online school so I can keep up to traveling for chess tournaments. I just take the courses required for me to graduate, and I also try to study chess even during the school year. For me, one of the things that I did find was it is kind of difficult to find the balance between schoolwork and chess, because a lot of times I'm playing in a tournament and I basically don't have time for schoolwork, which means that the times where I'm not playing in tournaments, I tend to spend more time on schoolwork and I don't have very much time for chess. But I'm still trying to find a balance because, of course, this is a lot easier for me to play in tournaments while doing online as it would be if I were in person. Also, the 3 months that I most appreciate are the summer months when I don't have to worry about balancing school and chess because there's no school. I'm applying to college in 2 years actually. For me, also I will have to figure out whether I want to focus mainly on academics in the 4 years where I'm going to college, or whether I want to still stay in chess and be an active player. There are also chess colleges in the US that are quite good, I think Webster University and some other very good universities in Missouri. But for college, I'm honestly not sure, because there's also very good academic universities. I have to figure out what direction I want to take in a couple of years.
Welcome back, and we just saw one of the most incredible matches so far in the Julius Baer Women's Speed Chess Championship, and I'm absolutely delighted to have with me teenage superstar Alice Lee. Now Alice, that match went right to the edge, all the way to Armageddon. How are you feeling after such an epic match?
Yeah, thank you. For me, I feel like this match I was actually behind a lot for most of it, so I wasn't really thinking too much about the result, and I'm just happy that I was able to put up a fight. That was my main goal for this match, but to be able to win is also really great for me.
Yeah, and you mentioned that you were behind in several points of the match. How did you find the motivation and the energy just to keep on fighting and make those comeback wins?
Yeah, so after the 5-minute portion, actually, I think the last game was like I was down a piece and a pawn, but I was able to save that game. So that was nice. But the first game of the 3-minute match, I feel like I had a very good position, and then I lost. So, after that, I feel like I was a bit tilted for the rest of the 3-minute match. But the last 2-minute game, I think, was critical overall as a turning point for the match, because I feel like I was completely losing at that one also, but I was able to, and so instead of being down 4 points, I was only down 2 points. And in general, I think bullet is probably like the area where I'm strongest at in terms of like between blitz and bullet, all the time controls in this match. So yeah, I'm happy that also I was able to come back in that portion and tie it up.
Yeah, so you were pretty confident in your bullet skills. Do you often play bullet chess?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure if I was confident like I'd be able to like come back, because again I was still down by 2 points and there were only like 4 games in the bullet portion. But yeah, I mostly like my preparation for this match was just playing bullets and making sure that my mouse was working. So I'm glad with that.
So that was your game plan going into this match. Fast chess. Did you train with puzzle rush tactics, or was there anything else?
I also play like a lot of blitz online, so I guess like in general for me it was mostly just being in good shape, and I'm not sure if I was in good shape, especially in the beginning of the match, but I was still able to come back, which is good.
Yeah, and talking about comebacks, you made a massive comeback because you took the match to tie breaks and then finally to Armageddon. Did you have a strategy in mind for the Armageddon game?
No, I've not actually like played many Armageddon games. This might be like one of the first ones that I've ever played. So like I wasn't sure like what time to bid, and what's the ideal bidding time, because in general I was doing a lot better with white. I feel like I got more comfortable positions out of the opening, but I was okay with playing as black. But I feel like in this game I got a very bad position. It's just like I was able to make it more complicated, so she was thinking more, and then eventually she blundered in the end.
Yes, and it was a great effort indeed, and it all paid off. And looking ahead, you're going to be playing Ju Wenjun in the next in the quarterfinals. Are you looking forward to that? Have you ever played her before?
I actually played her once online in the Pro Chess League last year. I think I lost that game. So yeah, my record against her is currently 0-1. But I'm looking forward to playing her because again, she's like the Women's World Champion. She's an extremely strong player. And just to get this opportunity, no matter how the result goes, is very nice for me.
Yes, it absolutely is. I can't wait to see you in action. And we have some questions from chat. Uzor asks, how did you manage to hold your nerves? Because it was very impressive. And I can tell you, as a commentator, I was all over the place, Alice.
Yeah, so I guess like for me again, my main goal was to like put up a fight, especially after the bad start. And like once I was able to do that, I was pretty okay with whatever result happened. But yeah, so of course there were also like some games where I was put in a must-win situation, but for those games I was just like, well, I'll either like win or I won't, I guess. And since bullet became the most critical portion, also for like tie breaks, it just went by really quickly. So I didn't really have time to think about the match result or whatever was going on before that. And I was just focusing on the game.
Yes, so it worked to a treat. And we also have a question from Addy. He says, were you surprised when Sara didn't run out the clock in that second to last game in the regular 1 minute plus 1? That was a shock to a lot of people. It was the game where you drew.
Yeah, I don't think either of us were really looking at the match clock. So I wasn't sure when it would be over. We just got like a 3 minute or 4 minute warning, and that was when I think the game was still going on. But yeah, because the second to last game in the bullet match, I was completely losing that game also. So I wasn't sure because I knew if I resigned, then I'd be down 2 points and I wouldn't be able to come back. But I was able to hold that game also, and if I hadn't been able to, I would have lost. But yeah, I don't think either of us were looking too much at the clock. But I guess it worked out that I was able to save that game and go into a position where I had another chance to play another game.
Yeah, I absolutely thought that was perhaps the turning point of the match. And I also have a question. It says, do you have a target, date or age that you'd like to achieve the GM title? Because I saw, you're an international master, you're playing for the US team at the Olympiad. Are you thinking about the GM title, especially now that you have the St. Louis Chess Club with the Cairns Award in mind?
Yeah, so of course, my main goal in the next few years is hopefully to become a GM. For me, I'm not sure a specific date or age I feel like at any point I'd be super happy because it's not easy. And I know it would take a lot of work because currently I don't have any norms. And my rating is still a bit away. But I'll be playing in some norm tournaments in a few months after the Olympiad and the US Championships. And hopefully I can strive towards moving closer to the GM title.
Yeah, and talking about work, something looks like work behind your screen. We did notice your periodic table. So first question, what's your favorite element? And secondly, how do you balance school with chess life?
Yeah, so actually the periodic table is, it's in the room because this was my brother's old study room. So he was more into the math and science stuff. And I guess I like oxygen because it helps breathe. And for school, I'm currently doing online schooling, so it gives me more flexibility to travel. For example, for the Olympiad coming up and the US Championships, I'm missing about a month of school, but I can still do schoolwork. So I'm currently going into my second year of high school. The first year went pretty well. It was a lot of cramming between balancing school and chess. But I think in general, if I'm able to do schoolwork ahead of time, then I can focus more on chess tournaments while I'm playing them.
Yeah. And does it ever happen when you're playing a chess tournament where you actually have to submit a homework or do a test on that day?
Yeah, it's happened actually at the end of the school year. I had a lot of work piled up and I was also playing in a tournament. So for me, it was of trying to balance between preparing and also being able to submit everything by the end of the semester. But yeah, I guess I have to find a balance. It's not really whether I want to, but it's basically I have to. So yeah, I do schoolwork during tournaments. And I think hopefully I'll be able to find a better balance in the next year.
Yeah, well, it's an impressive achievement so far. And talking about preparation, you are going to be playing Women's World Champion Ju Wenjun in the next stage of the quarterfinals. And I'd like to congratulate you once more for playing some superb chess full of fighting spirit and qualifying in such a stylish way. And of course, keeping us entertained every move of the way. So congratulations, Alice, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was 14-year-old Alice Lee, who will now face off against Ju Wenjun. But there is some more action to come, and that will continue on Friday. But for the time being, it's been such an incredible day of chess. And Judith, I have to go back to you and hear your thoughts. Because we've had comebacks, we've had ups and downs, we've been gripped to our seats every step of the way, and it's all been topped off by this absolutely wonderful Armageddon. How did you find the day?
Whew, there were so many games, so many blunders, so many interesting moves also, but definitely I'm always happy to see the faces, the players, how they react on situations. And it was very interesting to see the first match was, of course, also extremely interesting that Vaishali won, which was not an easy match at all for her either. But of course, the highlight was from the intensity and the Armageddon. It was this match which we just witnessed. And it was sometimes I felt sorry for Sara that she couldn't convert her advantage, or she made such a blunder when the match was practically in her hand already. At the same time, it showed very well this match that no matter how much advantage you have and how winning position you have to focus until the very last second, until the screen shows what is the final result, because even drawish endgames can be lost easily, or even winning ones. And I think it also showed that Alice, she's so young and she does not have so much experience yet, but this is why also she can be very calm and looking forward for the match. And of course, we could see also that Sara had the pressure, that she was kind of the person who was expected to win the match without any too big difficulties. Of course, she understood that blitz is a blitz, right? So anything can happen, but still she is generally speaking, a better player, more rounded player. And but Alice, with her very freshness, very motivated, very tactical attitude, the way she played, like she didn't care. She was just playing it out and fought until the very, very, very end. And I think she never gave up. This was also very important. Like, she didn't spend time, I think, too much on complaining about herself and having thoughts of why did I do this or that. Things were so fast that she could stay in the flow and just go with it. And she understood that there are blunders and whatever. And, she did not have experience in the Armageddon, but she had a good feeling for it still. So she made a good bidding. And she took her chances. So, looking forward to see her in the Chess Olympiad, also to see her how she's going to be doing.
Yeah, she is certainly a superstar in the making. And you mentioned looking forward, so let's take a look forward at the matches that will be happening on Friday. And we are going to find out which one of these four players are going to be our two final quarterfinalists. And there we see Alexandra Kosteniuk plays against Mainava. Valentina Gunina plays the talent that is Divya Deshmukh. Judith, which one of those matches do you think will go down to the wire?
Whew. Those are tough matches. Of course, Alexandra is the favorite, no question about it. And she loves to play blitz, so I would put my bet on her. And on the other match, I think Divya is... I see her, she's improving a lot and playing as much as I see. I'm not very much dived into women chess, I have to admit. But I see her dedication and very much focus. So let's say I would put my bet on her this time.
Yes. These are powerful players. And on Friday, we will have two awesome matches in store for you. So join us then. And thank you everyone for watching. And on Friday, we'll be back for more of the Julius Baer Speed Chess Women's Championship.